So Gor'rak, tendril erupts out of your mouth, makes an attack at Whatney.
Okay. Do I get to attempt to control it in any way?
Yeah, you can roll a bowling -4.
Wait, what?
Well, I'm gonna try and redirect it towards Jack Daxter. So.
Okay.
What in the holy fuck did I
No wonder
miss?
he's so popular with the ladies now.
9 minutes.
Nice.
Fuck.
Alright.
I didn't.
And
pass.
attempting to control it, it actually curls back and grows into your own eye socket and out your anus again.
Oh,
Again.
Oh,
Fuck.
again?
Oh, Jesus. Okay, whatever. Set now. Your turn.
Wait, my turn. What am I doing?
Well, I guess now that Evan's here. So Gor'rak is took a breath of stuff he shouldn't have, and Watney's been severely irradiated. Jack is on fire, and I'm coming up with all of this.
Why am I on fire?
I think he just made that part up. But it
It
could
got
be
real.
foreshadowing. Beware.
All right.
Beware.
So this is the part where I should have actually pressed record. Evan, you good to go?
I believe I am.
All right, cool. So, starting the actual recording that I'm not going to edit out.
Beep, beep, beep.
Hello, viewers, and welcome to Dauntless, which uses the Mongoose Traveler rules system and inspirations from countless hard sci-fi settings to create a truly original sandbox universe. Built in great detail through our system of cooperative storytelling, where players, viewers, and myself contribute equally to the game world. So tonight, we have a fantastic cast of 3 players and a honored guest. Unfortunately, Zeke, the usual host of the stream, could not make it. So I will begin in order from my right with Evan, who recently finished struggling against various technological difficulties. Evan, who are you and who will you be playing tonight?
Good evening, all. I am obviously Evan. I do things and stuff, and it's all very exciting. Well, tonight I will be playing Dr. Damian Darkfyre, illustrious astrophysicist who was left as a Gorn Academy for adventure among the stars. If I do say so myself, I believe he is the greatest of the characters to be playing tonight.
That pretty much sums him up. And to your right, we have Justin. And who will you be playing tonight?
I'm Justin. I play Captain Whatney. I make all the best jokes and then fail my dexterity rolls despite it being my best attribute.
Solid.
Okay, so
That's
he
what
is
I
the...
do.
So we have our scientist, our pilot and tactician. Up next, we have Brendan, and he will be playing...
Yes. I'm Brendan, and tonight I will be playing Gor'rak, lovable space barbarian. I'm very good at hitting things and pretending to know what I'm doing. Tonight I will be
Terrific.
drinking fine bullet bourbon. Very important.
Yep. I'm 4 Moscow Mules in, not counting, so we're going to see where that goes.
Very good.
Last but not least, we have our honored guest, ex-player, current attendee, Eric. Who will you be playing?
We'll be playing Jack Daxter. I'm currently half a bowl of ice cream in.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Nice. That's how you do it.
What are our other friends here drinking tonight? Mr.
Water.
Roddick?
Got ice cream, Moscow Mule. What do you got there, Evan?
I have some Zombie Killer.
Good choice.
Is Zombie
Ooh,
Killer
good choice.
available outside of the Michigan area?
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
not sure.
I
Yes.
get it here.
Oh, fantastic.
Fuck,
It
I could get
goes
it in
like
South
that.
Carolina.
Like when I see it in the
Zombie
store,
Killer.
I buy all of it.
Zombie Killer is a terrific $10 a bottle, half cider, half mead, with hints of cherry and hibiscus coming out of Ferndale, Michigan. It's probably the best beverage I've ever consumed. and likely also the most expensive per ounce. For like a
Not at
beer
all.
level alcohol. So
Anyways,
yeah. But if any of you have not had Zombie Killer and are above the age of 21, I highly recommend you try it. If you see it.
good Captain.
I am drinking chilled biphase dual state dihydrogen monoxide
Fantastic.
this fine evening in a classy Dickie's Barbecue cup. Dickie's Barbecue coming to a southern state near you.
Hey, Setnar. Quote
Eric.
the great Dave. Nerd.
Well, here in Flint, Michigan, they took the liberty to provide additional free lead into such beverages, so I have been enjoying the taste of that throughout the last year.
Tasty.
But as we open up to our initial game, and I flip through my notes, my gloriously mapped notes about all of the things that you're going to do and the horrific ways that you're going to die,
Oh, fantastic.
I get to the opening scene. And this is a bit of a two-parter, but it actually occurred last session. Unfortunately, you guys were not there. But we start in what looks to be a very high-tech starship medbay. Glowing lights, tiled floors, and very high-tech hospital beds with robotic arms, servos to assist with whatever surgical operation. And they can be enclosed to control oxygen levels and perform an entire cryogenetic process on the chamber in case the necessary supplies are not immediately available. There's a crowd of people in this medbay, but the most particular character is this 8-foot-tall Marine carrying a laser carbine with an underslung grenade launcher. The frontmost grenade has a caution incendiary symbol on the front of it, jutting out ever so slightly, ready to get fired. He's in combat armor that resembles something that a Marine would wear in StarCraft. He's just ready to take on the universe. It's fully enclosed with its own oxygen supply. And we've come to learn that these guys have 3 lungs and 2 hearts and are basically immune to suffocating, irradiation, high extreme temperatures. They don't really need to eat, breathe, piss, sleep, or any of the other things that normal humans need to do, at least while they're on screen. And as the scene opens, you just hear a very panicked voice that yells out, we need a match! We'll find one immediately! And the Marine just looks forward motionlessly through a dark-tinted visor that becomes tiled with the AR display with whatever tactics his heads-up is providing. Simply responds, "Orders confirmed." Turns around and presses a button as the door slides very quickly outside. And he begins pacing as all the servos in his assisted power suit were to assist his motions. And he struts out the door. And similarly to how somebody had called out for him to go find a match, we then hear Dr. Darkfyre's voice banging on a door as he yells, there's an issue, I need you to go check it out. And similarly, the door juts with a quick motion to the side, and we see Torero, the eccentric Spanish nobleman, kind of groggily in his just casual sleeper. So he's rubbing his eyes in the doorway to meet Damian Darkfyre, pushes him aside as he just slowly struts out, picks up his comm and starts walking down the hallways towards a door intersection, presses a few buttons, and the door opens. As he goes to check out whatever Damon had just instructed him to go see. As the door opens, he proceeds through an airlock and starts walking down the halls, kind of oblivious to his surroundings as he's still rubbing his eyes, 3 in the morning as he just woke up. And then the lights go out, and very clear red flood emergency lights come on, and as he looks forward, he sees this bloated carcass of some individual on the other side of a hallway around a corner. Capillary and artery-like tendrils growing out from it, emitting puffs of red gas into the air, which soon disperse evenly across the room around it. And he takes a shallow breath in before cupping his mouth over his hand over his mouth, and coughs lightly. His eyes go wide, and he starts sprinting down the hallway. And we cut back to our Marine, who's pacing the other way down the same hallway. And he sees this writhing body kind of twitching and arms outstretched towards him as he lifts his laser carbine through his powered suit and just empties like 18 shots into the being's chest as it gets obliterated in the smoke and dust on the floor. And as he paces forward, he sees entire vines growing across the floor, tendrils erupting up from the sides, spores into the air, presses the alternative fire on his grenade launcher as a thermal grenade erupts forward, ricochets off the ground, bursts open, and a cone of like napalm erupts down the hallway and just incinerates every bit of this alien monster that was in his path as he keeps slowly jogging forward with the of his powered armor suit. And then we look to Torero. After having taken this breath, he goes sprinting past. Tendrils are reaching up and grabbing at his ankles, at his knees, as he pulls away from them and goes running forward, choking now, to the other end of a hallway where he's rapidly beating his communicator against the other side of an airlock as it's having a few issues. Till somebody on the other side of the airlock open it. Spots Torero. Looks forward and realizes that there's an issue, and the head researcher who had given the demonstration on the Proza grabs him and starts escorting him down the hall, around the corner, and around another into medbay as the various chamber doors open automatically in front of him. We see two other researchers in the medbay already, and as they get in there, the Marine files into the room behind them. And similarly, the lights go out and the floodlights come on and emergency, outbreak, containment, protocol initiated. Activating automatic sealing of all precipices immediately. But the lead researcher carrying Rero's now kind of backed out corpse who's been choking on whatever spores the Proza entity in the previous room had released. He carries him and throws him up onto one of the med bays, along with the assistance of another one of the researchers, and presses a button where we see a glass panel kind of come and complete the cylinder around the med bay, forming a contained unit around Torero's body, who's just looking up with his eyes wide open, like initiating tremors at this point. The lead researcher presses another button, and frost very quickly, some sort of vapor gets dispersed into the chamber, and frost covers the entirety of the glass so that it's no longer transparent. The other researcher, pressing a few buttons on the medical terminal, performs a brief medical analysis and scans to see what's going on. And one of the live medical scans comes up to a cross-section of his lungs, which they expand and run sections through. We see that his lungs have these red cold masses just growing along the entire perimeter of them, with very small tendrils kind of just writhing inches into his lungs and trying to find their way out to his mouth. Where he panics, hits another button that vents the oxygen out of the room, and then the tentacles just kind of stay stagnant and still. Just fully infecting the lungs, but not capable of growing any further throughout his being. The lead researcher looks up in terror as we cut back over to the Marine, who's blasted his way through a hallway, gone through an airlock, and enters a not yet infected portion of the station. He sees a Horizon Group executive immediately come and plead with him, and he runs a scan, and we can see on his heads-up display it's doing a medical analysis for whatever sensors his combat armor has. And very quickly identifies a sequence of genome, and it says not a genetic match. And he says, match not identified. Lifts his laser carbine and with 4 shots just obliterates that man into a paste on the ground of the hallway as he continues jogging forward. And this power armor suit following. Rounds the corner and starts searching a few other rooms and finds another Horizon Group executive running the same scan. It says match identified. Grabs that man by the scruff of the neck and just, with his laser carbine in one hand, starts running back down through the infected aisleway, or into it, dragging that man, kicking and screaming before the Marine throws him into one of the radioactive showers, closes the cylinder, and presses a button as radiation pours in through the man that he had just kidnapped. The man, visible sunburns to the point of blistering, starts screaming in pain, smoke emanating off of his body while he gets irradiated by some unknown amount of dosage. Before the Marine presses another button, the container opens, grabs the man again, and starts running back through the infested hallway. Batch identified. Returning to medbay immediately. And we cut finally back to the medbay. And the lead researcher looks up to the other doctor and researcher. Says, this man is our only source of funding. If the Prosa project is to have any source of continuing, the Torero must live. The lead researcher looks up at the Marine who had entered the room and says, "You must go find a genetic match, a donor immediately." And then the Marine says, "Orders recognized." Turns and exits the door. And through that similar stretch of hallway, we find the cast of the Dauntless, who just witnessed the middle chain of events there, and has just proceeded through an airlock out of the guest spire of the Botana Station, a Dreslin Academy's research station, been funded by Torero, the eccentric Spanish nobleman, where they have made their way through this airlock to the main spire, which houses, or is believed to house at least. You guys have a camera feed through Damian Darkfyre and Zaeden Cochrane's communicators, which they can link to you. A single camera feed pointed into the cafe that you have yet to look at in a couple minutes. But this main spire has the cafeteria, kitchen, the commons, as the main usage to the people who inhabit the station. Some stairs up and down to portions of the spire that you have not seen. And also, you believe that this floor of the main spire has the barracks, armory, and the bridge/control room for the entire Botana Station. But as the airlock closes behind you, this spire is oxygenated. You could open your rebreathers, vac suits, or oxygen pills temporarily to breathe, but currently every one of you has some sort of rebreather, vac suit, or oxygen pill in your lungs to provide an artificial source of oxygen. And as you pace cautiously forward, other than the low hum of various machinery still working, the bassy blur of the emergency bells just and siren kind of going off periodically, and the flickering of the red light kind of strobing and illuminating the hallway that meanders around the majority of the spire or front you. You only have one way to go, as backwards has been exposed to space and inhabited by the Prosa monster. Forward is your just typical 10-foot tall and 10-foot wide sci-fi corridor. As it meanders into the darkness ahead, there's very dim lights again, except for the red flickering ahead. It's very still, it's very dry. The air is light, but it's at least about half Earth's density currently. And the group gathers, while presently alive. Zaeden Cochrane had just kind of sacrificed himself in a sense. He is outside of the station in a vac suit with 3 hours of air left, which he did in an effort to close the airlock behind you guys so that you'd be able to proceed forward without getting spaced yourselves. He's in contact with you on communicators, but says that there's really not much for him to do. There's no way back into the station without opening another airlock. As we turn to the crew of you gathered in this hallway, looking forward into the flickering red light as it the corridor that just kind of goes listlessly forward. Yeah, so take it away.
I'm gonna look out the window at Zaeden. Give him a little wave.
He waves back at you, looks at his wrist, and then holds up a 3 symbol for 3 hours.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right.
Probably the safest of all of us.
Probably.
He's got at least 3 hours to live. Who knows how long we've got?
Yeah.
Huh?
Kenny, can we pull up that little shitty geometry map from last time?
Right. That'd be great.
The one I drew last time?
Yeah.
The expertly drawn one.
This one, then, I mean, yeah, you guys are just to the right of that right door. All 3 doors are closed. Actually, I guess the one on the left's open, but it's not like it matters.
So, we have one way to go.
If I
Yep.
recall, the hallway we're currently looking at has scorched tendrils like on the edges of the hallway that are slowly starting to come back to life.
Yeah.
You
And,
see the cone of the incendiary grenade that was described in the scene. The piles of ash of whatever destroyed thing. So it's just like dust, soot, and torch marks blasting the walls and the floor in a just diminishing cone shape, directed towards you, but from there down the hallway out of sight. And some of the tendrils are very, very slowly being replenished, just like some sort of fluid is pumped back into the capillaries of what was once there.
Well, this is horrifying. Let's get the hell moving, and hope that these things don't take any of us.
Yep, there's no way to go back. We got to get to the whatever place that it is we're going so that we can get out of here.
Let's avoid the cafeteria at all costs.
Where are we going again?
I think we already
Control
identified
deck
that
or something like.
the primary loading dock
we go.
is now much less of a loading dock and more of a fortress. So there should
You guys
be
can
some
see the
sort of...
image?
Starting
Yep.
to, yeah.
I mean, there's airlocks and shit everywhere. So we just need a way to get everybody off the station and to the ship.
Yep.
Mostly just need vac suits somewhere.
Barracks.
Let's try the barracks. It's a good idea.
All right,
Do a
this
vac
is
suit of
Zaeden.
some sort.
Zaeden, over. The Matador does not appear to be open, unlocked in any form. Perhaps we could cut our way in, but you would need a tool for that too.
write that on the to-do list. Let's go.
Barking trees. There's nothing else to do but go forward. Don't want to get eaten alive by plants.
Yeah, there's nothing behind us anyway. You guys can't get through there.
Let's get
Oh.
moving. Come on, tendrils.
All right, so who's going to be leading the group in the roll a recon check sense?
Well,
Might-
enroll
might
a
be
recon
me.
check.
Well, Gor'rak will volunteer unless someone
Just
else
one
is
person.
better at it.
Who has eyes?
Is recon intellect or dex or?
Intelligence.
All right.
Okay.
I'd
I
probably
only
be
have a
keeping
-1 overall.
I'd be keeping
Okay.
a terrified eye out.
I figured that's why I should probably do it.
Yeah.
Probably.
Whatney's tactical mind probably has the most keen eye for.
Gor'rak always trusts
Scary
Whatney
things.
anyway.
Although
Doesn't
please
matter.
feel free to give us some good ground group-based tactics, Gor'rak, from all of your training. Like how to position ourselves and move carefully and all tactical through the hallways.
Military tactics,
You guys-
not Navy.
I don't like
Those
Kenny
of you
wringing
with
his
vac
hands.
suits. Is it just Whatney with the suit?
And
I-
Lyra?
Lyra, yep.
Lyra's
So-
in one, and I have like a busted helmet of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
I have
Right,
a
I guess.
So you were in a vac suit. Your oxygen
yeah.
supply lines got severed. So
Right.
you are now stuck. Like you took your helmet off so you could just breathe.
You've got at least an extra layer of protection.
So Gor'rak, Damon,
Yeah.
right, Gor'rak and Adrian, Damon's wife, have rebreathers on, and I believe
Right.
Damon and Jack are on oxygen pills.
So
Whatney
this suit is
has the last
potentially
oxygen
usable.
pill?
Yeah, Whatney had to use last option.
All right,
Yeah,
so
I
you
had
guys
to
are
use the
out of
last one.
oxygen pills. You also are
Yep.
escorted by a Horizon Group executive named Nikolai, who is one of the most critical of the program. The only one who's talked to you previously. He's also on an oxygen pill. And the group of the 7 of you are kind of cautiously, tiptoeing down this hallway. As you look at the floors periodically seem to just... there's this hissing sound coming from down the hallway that seems to reverberate towards you down the hallway. And it's not an exhalation, it seems more like an inhalation. Of
course.
About a second or two after, every 10 seconds you hear the sound, and about a second or two after, see the red of the tendrils on the hallway just spreads another 2 or 3 inches into the black of the incinerated tendrils towards you. So they're not really growing out from the walls at all, but whatever creep is being emitted from further down the hallway is slowly starting to reclaim its lost territory.
I will wait exactly 1 inhalation, see that it's growing, freak fuck right out, and be like, all right, let's move. We're doing this. Come on, let's go.
I saw this in the Be Real Sci-Fi channel once. Some old movie called The Blob.
So yeah,
Yeah,
you can look out the windows to your left and see the other two spires as well. Out the windows to the right, you see the Matador just kind of drifting through space. There's structural supports in between the ring connecting each of the spires, and then there's also various 3-foot by 4-foot shafts, which you'd know to be the drone delivery service for various products that connects certain rooms of each spire to certain other rooms. And you guys had come through here previously and seen all of what I just revealed there. So this main hallway just kind of continues right on towards the labs if you want to not deal with any of this shit. And you also have a camera feed pointing towards the cafeteria, which is now largely overgrown with the red prosa, so it's very difficult to see in. But what it does see illuminates the enormously infested cafeteria with tendrils and creep-like red mass growing over all of the various chambers.
I hope we don't go that
Lyra
way.
points out that the oxygen levels in the room are at 7% and dropping, so enough to breathe, but not a desirable amount. This is in contrast with the fact that you're at standard air pressure. So, go, Damon.
The command center is on this level, right? Not the labs level.
Correct. You guys believe that it's somewhere over here.
Well, my opinion is that we take a quick breather in the rad shower, suck on a little bit of radiation. Then we head over to the labs here in hopes that we don't get eaten by red shit. Take a look to the right and see what we got.
Yeah, so as he says that, you guys are slowly creeping by, and Whatney points out the rad shower that was described in the intro video. It's very similar to the rad shower that was on the lab floor last session. There's a little emitter if you just want to take up inhalation to ionize your lungs. Otherwise, you could fry your entire body / suit in radiation if you believe that that would provide any additional protection.
I will take another quick puff on the lungs.
So previously, somebody had estimated 10 rads per hour of spore immunization. So how many rads are you going to subject yourself to on the dial there?
20.
20, yeah. If I'm not immunized and off of the station in 2 hours, I'm gonna call it quits because Zaeden's only got an hour air left.
He's got 3 hours.
He's our last hope.
I've already kind of been a little bit irradiated. Does that aid my current immunity?
Your DNA is just fucked. So there's.
Do you want to gamble and find out?
You could do 20 and still be all right, Center.
People who are subjecting themselves to more radiation noted on our main screen here somewhere.
And I'm already at 80 rads of fun.
Well, anything up to 49 will not do any immediate damage to your actual body. But you still have to sum it with any rads that you've taken in the past in terms of just lingering effects. And those go down over time. Like, if you guys make it off this and spend a month in travel, you'll be likely back to safe levels.
Which is ironic.
They go down
Space travel is
very,
one of the
very
highest
slowly
sources.
over time. Say what?
It's ironic because space travel is one of the highest sources of radiation.
Yeah, but you guys got a freaking starship.
Not assuming that we don't have improved shielding by now.
Good point.
The rate at which you get naturally irradiated in a ship is roughly the rate at which your body disposes of the irradiation. But yeah, you guys probably started at 30 for being travelers or whatever, but we can look that over.
Literally everyone in the entire universe has developed immunity to radiation up to 30 rads.
Something like that.
Over decades of starship travel.
We just die earlier.
Life expectancy is like 60 years.
Yeah, when your DNA gets
There's
so
a reason
fucked
you start
up.
making aging rolls when you have before.
That's true.
Okay. Let's see. I'm at 80 rads. Something tells me something horrible happens.
Okay,
at
you're not
100
allowed
rads.
to look at your actual number of rads as you consider a decision in character. It's just there for you as a player to know.
I took my 20 rads. End of story.
Alright.
I did 20 as well.
You guys had taken 30 previously.
Correct. I'm at 50. 51 would be the damaging part.
So Gor'rak the Smart, being very smart, correctly has it at 50, as would be Damian Darkfyre.
You don't suffer
as-
prolonged effects till 150.
Something tells me a little bit of extra radiation is not gonna. Is it
Kill you
gonna be
right
20 rads?
At approximately 10 per hour, whatever you want to subject yourself to. You see Darkfyre walks up, sets it to something, presses the button. Gor'rak mindlessly walks up, takes the same amount of rads, and then it's your turn.
Yeah.
Fucking, like, even Lyra takes her
Sure.
helmet off and subjects herself to the same amount of rads. Puts the helmet back on.
Yeah, I'll just.
I throw my
group,
wife on the damn.
I'll just group think with everybody. Let's just irradiate ourselves.
I'm gonna give her 30 rad, just in case.
Why are we irradiating ourselves? What is the positive outcome of this?
Apparently, if
So
we
when you-
irradiate our lungs,
It's like a radiation inhaler that goes straight to your lungs, and it obliterates any spores that you may inhale, so that an invisible spore doesn't become a bodily infection that turns you into a mutant, bloody
It's
plant
like
zombie.
some quantity of half-life real that produces radiation over time.
Okay.
So irradiation kills Rosa, which is our tendrily monster of the station. And like you did
Gotcha.
previously, there you go. All right. So is Jack
Like a
actually
bad
going to take
idea.
a puff too?
Yeah. That seems stupid, but okay.
Had Jack Dexter gone into the gardens earlier?
No.
Okay, so Jack Dexter is then at 20 rads. And
Yeah.
presumably safe from Brosa for 2 hours. Brosa spores.
Right.
As we move back to our other map. So over the 3 minutes that it took for you guys to deliberate, you now see that the floors, even in the area like right next to you, are slowly inhaling and coursing down towards the hallway and just generally proliferating away from whatever unknown source down the way.
I want to be there.
Assuming you continue forward, and if so, at what pace?
Oh, was there anything down here at all of note? Like, was that
Oh,
a
that's
full
a solid
circle?
wall right behind it.
Okay, just a about it. At a brisk pace, a thoroughly brisk.
All right, so Whatney continues forward with that same recon roll, leading the path. And very quickly, your steps forward as you continue cautiously at a brisk horror movie pace. Horror movie stealthy walking pace. Your footsteps kind of make a splashing sound as each step just lands on one of the various veins of this Brosa, and you hear the squeak, and you see a small seepage of red ooze emanate out from under your boots. Before it quickly dissolves, and you see the air above it slowly redden. When you step away, the tendril reinflates itself with a course of blood with each hiss.
don't
But
step on them. It looks like it aerosolizes the atmosphere.
If we can
You
avoid
all-
stepping on them, I would.
do what?
If we can avoid stepping on them, I would.
All right.
Yeah,
At this
probably.
pace, you guys do your best to not step on the larger veins. As you continue going more and more forward, in true Zerg-like fashion, just every inch of it becomes covered. So you step on the micro capillaries that do a
Like
bit
the
less of
fingerlings.
that. Yeah, and don't emanate as much liquid when crushed. And as you continue forward until you get about midway through this hallway towards the labs, at this point you're starting to very slowly see that there's tendrils of like ivy, similar in effect, growing between about 3 inches and 3 feet, just kind of dangling off the wall. On either side, a lot of the plants have grown up and onto the ivy. It hasn't quite interconnected to itself above you yet, and it's some of the tendrils that are writhing towards each other to try to lash out and form a grasp above your head. The tendrils, each time you make a slightly louder step, you see the tendrils reach just dimly out towards you. They seem to be either lethargic and low in energy, and you're forced just several feet away from either side of the walls and going in single fashion. Still trying to avoid stepping on any of the larger arteries. Again, with each sound, you can see a slow pulsation, and then every 10 seconds with a hiss, you see them grow just 1 or 2% in volume. with a more lively red fluid course through them as they just reach out across the hall to try to find some living thing to grab onto. And by about the time you've wrapped your head around that description, you've made it to here, where you can continue forward to the labs, down towards the cafeteria, or this third route.
Can you show us a little bit of what we see there?
So I guess as you get here, you look down, you can see more into the cafeteria. It's still rather dark.
Red lights and all.
Say what?
Red lights and all, I said.
Yep. And as you look back towards the cafeteria, you see what you believe to be the body of the Marine that was in the gardens previously. Sitting slumped up against the wall on the left side of the entrance to the cafeteria, just out of sight of the camera that points towards the cafeteria.
Was there anything in this
you
room?
believe to be... Say what?
Was there anything in... Oh, sorry, wrong tool. When we passed it?
Alright, so that's over here. Oh, this door. So you didn't quite go up to that door, but it looked to be some sort of storage closet. You see the terminal next to it still operable.
Okay.
But as you're looking down this way, right here-ish, you see the Marine body slumped up against the wall.
That's a little star.
Again, you believe that it's the Marine body because its lungs appear to have been inflated up to the size of itself in some sort of tumorish mass that's then popped and exposes, like the trunk of a tree of tendrils is erupted out of it onto the ground. The floor around which it sits is 3 inches deep with the creep of just tendrilish mass interwoven with each other and fibers that resemble muscle tissue.
So it's straight up Captain Keys.
His skin is shrunk up against his body. He was in casual wear, so he's just shrunk through and done in. Every ounce of oxygen in his body converted into the... And tendrils around him are very active and writhing. It's clearly a source of his hiss, as some just gaping hole where his lung once was. Contracts like a sphincter with each breath and opens back up to 2 feet in diameter. And on the ground just in front of him, Captain Whatney, you manage to see the gleam, not covered by the tendrils, but still sitting above the creep about 5 feet from him. Gleam of a laser carbine with an underslung incendiary grenade launcher.
I ain't doing it. Nope, I'm out. I'm gonna go play with the lab doors. Fun.
I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna No? You don't think it's worth it?
No, I'm just wondering if there's a way we can rig this radiation shower off in the corner and direct it into the room or something so we could blast.
Not with the kind of time I've got. Not to mention, radiation control systems are only accessible from the bridge, as I learned.
So the shower is completely controllable by the shower. But this room, in addition to many other rooms, has a flood the entire room with enormously lethal amounts of radiation. That's only controllable from the bridge, as you've learned.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we get to the bridge, it could potentially open a path to several other areas.
And yeah, for
If we
some
can
of
get
the
there.
functions, it seems like they require multiple levels of application. But that one seems like there's just a button on the bridge to fry things.
We have the scary healing tendrils over here.
Slightly less so, but as you continue and you look down that hallway just ever so slightly and it gets to here, you can see that it's largely proximity based to the star here. So
Okay.
everything in this area is very lively, and this area is rather dull.
Okay.
And where's the Marine at again?
It's roughly that star there.
Roughly that star.
It's
Okay.
actually in the square below it, but yeah, right there.
From
So,
my
it's
memory
slumped
of
up
the-
against the left entrance to the cafeteria.
From my memory of the system, what was this door here?
You never got a direct look at that, but judging by the rest of the layout, you would presume for that to actually be the bridge itself.
Ah. Well, how close down this hallway can I actually get before I'm terrified of the tendrils?
Probably right to that precipice where it
There.
joins the main hallway.
Sort of like there-ish.
Yeah, and then one fewer foot every 10 seconds.
Is there a control pad on this door?
You look forward, you see there's a control pad. There's a couple of tendrils kind of loosely gripping it. It appears to be active, but you see in large font and a symbol. It's in a lockdown requires authentication to override.
All right, fuck that. I'm out of here. Run very, very quietly, but with great amount of terror back to this point.
We should get that incendiary grenade.
Yeah, Damian
Laser
Darkfyre,
carbine.
roll recon for as you're sneaking forward there.
Pure terror.
Yep. All right, so that's all that you can see from there. Captain Whatney, were you doing anything entertaining?
I like that laser carbine, but how inundated was this? You said the Marines, like, his lungs are exposed from his body now and shit?
Yeah, so there's the most like horrifying individual you've ever seen slumping up next to the corner with this biological mass and tendrils erupted from it, and it looks like he was carrying it, but dropped it or tossed it lightly, and then stumbled away from it and fell to his final resting place. So it's out of his reach just barely, so maybe 10 feet away from where he is. But so it's only 6 to 8 feet away from the epicenter of where these tendrils merge into the ground, and all of the vines that are growing throughout this entire chamber are on the floor. It's very readily within reach of tendrils that are 15 feet tall, growing out from the floor along the wall and up onto the ceiling. Could drop from you or just you up from the ceiling, grab you from the walls.
Yeah, pretty
but
sure
they
that
don't
they got
seem to
the
be
fucking
particularly
Supermarine.
active.
I don't know. They got the fucking Supermarine. I don't know how much better of a chance that I'm gonna have.
The Supermarine they got, the one that was infected to begin with.
Oh,
Yeah, the Supermarine seems to be the origin of it all.
that
Not
is
that
that
it
guy.
grabbed him,
That's
but
that
like
guy.
the whole thing is growing
Okay.
out from him.
Now I get it. Okay, gotcha. I thought that was a different
Lyra
guy.
warns that oxygen levels are down to 6%.
All right, gotta make a quick decision. I'm gonna fucking go for it. YOLO swag. Gonna need it.
Gor'rak's got your back.
Need the resources. I'm just gonna fucking balls in, grab it, jump the fuck back.
Hold your
Jim
breath while
Darkfyre,
you go.
I got something fun for you before you roll anything.
I got the helmet on, and I have the oxygen thing, so I'm gonna like tie off my like busted ass oxygen hose till I can find some duct tape. So I am in an enclosed suit of some sort.
All right, so you're tying off the intake, and you just have the air in your helmet to breathe.
He's
Well,
got,
you took the oxygen.
I've got the fucking like the I breathe
Right.
air thing.
Right.
Now, obviously the CO2 will
the
eventually
pressure level in your helmet will just slowly go up till something fails.
just a little bit, but whatever.
Every exhalation, I mean, yeah, it'll probably be 5-10
Well,
minutes
to be
until
fair,
that's
he
an
probably
issue.
didn't tie his intake line very well.
Be fine for several minutes. But I'm
That'd
certain there's
probably
some
be what
sort of
fails.
valve on there.
You know how if you open a club soda and then it's squishable and then you close it again after 5 minutes, it's a solidly rigid bottle? That's your lung and face right now.
Okay, that's the equivalent of a barometric traversal, as if you were diving underneath the ocean. Your body will just equate.
Very something
Yeah.
similar, yes. I think it's
Go for it.
It's a hard sci-fi, and I think it's entertaining. All right, so you run forwards.
I
Splish, 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 as you just see clouds of red in like a dust trail from a cartoon character running
that's
south
right.
towards us. Gor'rak, what are you doing as you witness him sprinting forward? You gonna be neck and neck with him or holding back? Again, your vac suit is completely unarmored. It just has the armor of 4 or 6 or whatever it is.
I'm hanging back, watching Captain Whatney, and if shit really gets bad, I'm gonna try and save him. But I'm still watching. I don't think he's
Gor'rak's
dead
got
yet.
the stun fist charge, just waiting
Yeah,
for
like
punch
I'm
attempt.
ready. I'm ready for it. Keep going, man.
Yeah. So Whatney, roll a athletics, any of your choice of the specialties. As you go running forward, after a couple of splishes and splashes, notice at each step the micro tendrils on the ground and the creep immediately latch onto your ankle, interlace themselves with your laces and onto your shoe. As I'm assuming very quickly be able to pry yourself out, but it rapidly starts to go from that to longer arm length tendrils that go up, grab onto your ankle, your shin, around your knee. And your speed starts to slow as this defining hazardous terrain that's unable to just penetrate effortlessly into your armor. But as you're running forward, that happens, and again, you're just you get to the point where you're slowing down, you're prying your knees, snapping the tendrils as they ooze their liquid back down from the origination from the creep. In similar fashion, you have to go slightly close to the wall. Tendrils come out and grab your arm as you use your other arm to pry those off, and you feel a tendril drop down from the ceiling, wrap onto your shoulders. You keep your hands free and pry that off as you just keep trucking forward. Until you get up right up to the source where the actual rifle is, and you manage to pick that up. And you hear the hissing exhalation of, as you see his chest just close up, and the tendrils in the ground in front of you, one that's like 4 inches in diameter, erupts forwards and immediately turns towards you. What do you do?
Do I have the gun?
You have the gun in your hands. You can use it. You win initiative. Go.
Fucking the massive shit and like do a grenade launcher? I'm gonna grenade launcher it. Just like
Yeah.
It's like
That's the way
3
to
feet
go.
from you. You're just pointing the grenade down and firing.
Well, he's what, 10 feet from the body?
Yeah. So this tendril's like
safe
feet
fire
from you or
range.
whatever. So
It
you're
should
6
piss
to
it
8
off
feet from the
enough.
body. This tendril's right there. You already said you were grenade launching it. You don't really got time to think. So roll your gun combat. You don't have the specialty in it. Like heavy weapons or trajectory weapons.
oh, is
I don't
this
think there's any
heavy
trajectory
weapons?
to this.
All right, what is
It
this?
is.
Gun combat? Is it just gun combat or is it heavy or what?
It'd be gun combat heavy if you have it.
I don't.
Alright. And then at a -2. Well,
Okay, so is it gun
-3
combat?
with range penalties included.
Is it gun combat heavy with me not having it with a -2?
So you get your rank 0 or whatever, because you have gun combat, and then -3.
Okay.
2 for the circumstances and 1 for the range. Now you're gonna
Okay.
hit it. I mean, you're not gonna miss.
Right,
It's
the
just
question is,
where
do you
does the
hit
grenade
yourself,
go?
too? Oh.
Setnar.
You probably
Alright.
just drop the grenade.
But
right
yeah,
at your
you
feet.
pick it up, and immediately your front hand probably goes to the trigger, and a tendril comes up from the ground and grabs your elbow. So as you squeeze that trigger, you're only at a third the upwards angle that you had intended to be, as the grenade goes effectively straight down. And instead of being a cone blaze forward, a just 15-foot area around you goes up in smoke, and Gor'rak, you see him lost into the smoke.
All right, no. I saw the grenade go off, like on the ground in front
Yeah,
of him.
you hear a thunk, and the whole hallway's ablaze.
All right, I'm gonna. Oh God.
Goodbye, oxygen!
I'm gonna
Woo!
regret this. Hold on a second. All right, fine. Let's do it. We're doing it live. I'm gonna sprint headfirst into the smoke.
Fire
I'm diving for Setnar. I'm gonna attempt to find him, grab him, and just keep right on running.
Alright, 7 incendiary damage to Whatney, not reduced your vac suit.
What?
Well, fuck.
Reduced a vac suit. That's cray talk.
It's probably just heat damage. You cooked yourself.
Yeah.
The
Vac
vac suit's
suit's
fire retardant.
insulatory.
But
Yeah,
it's not
you're
like
also
yourself,
on
Setnar.
fire, and that will get reduced from the vac suit, but yeah, this is just like, you fucked up.
You jumped into
so
like a fucking molten lava.
But
What?
in an instant, you feel yourself freed of all of the tendrils on you. As look forward towards the tendril that was coming at you, and all you see is solid smoke and napalm. Where there once was creep, there's now just fire. There's fire, smoke above you, fire below you. You're in a cloud of hell. As Gor'rak comes rushing forward into the smoke, Lyra turns around away from helping Damon and just like witnesses aghast with her jaw open what happened behind her. And Nikolai is just urging Damon to continue, to move forward and take a look at the panel on the opposite edge, as this all happened in like 5 to 10 seconds.
So that all comes out of
Gor'rak,
endurance.
you go running
huh?
in as you make a similar athletics or gymnastics check to.
Can he cut out for anybody else?
For
Yeah.
like a half second, yeah.
That
I
all
just
comes
heard
out of
him-
endurance, right?
Yeah, first.
Cool, I'm at 0.
Right. So, Kenny, what do you want me to make? An athletics check?
An athletics check of your choice. Whatever you choose, explain how you choose it.
All right.
So you're
well, I'm
running
going-
into fire. Some tendrils are gripping at you before they smolder out.
I'm going with brute strength. I know shit's gonna grab me, and I'm just gonna try and muscle past and pull
Alright,
him
so
right
you
apart.
just you know where he is, and you're just going forward until you bump into him.
Yep.
Alright, let's see what we get.
Haven't moved.
Oh god. Oh god, no.
Oh,
Oh god, no.
Alright, everyone sees Gor'rak disappear into the cloud of smoke as well.
Oh shit.
TPK.
Yeah, so...
TPK.
I'm
Whatney.
living, damn it.
I'm still here.
Yeah, what? Yeah, Jack, are you responding to this at all, or are you just waiting for Damon to get up to the panel and take a look? Let's jump over to you two, since I don't think these two
shit.
are making it out of this.
I'm gonna go help Damon. Those two can figure their own shit out.
Yeah, so you guys get to the end of the hallway finally as you're shifting the other way. You get to the hallway, clear glass panel in front of you, Terminal X active, ready to go. Not that many tendrils over here at all. There is a single scientist stuck in the airlock. All 3 doors are closed. However, this scientist has shriveled up on one side. It seems to be wheezing, and his fingers are like 18 inches long and flabby. Turns towards you and outreaches as each of those viney tendrils latches forwards onto the door, and he just kind of keels over, falls on the ground, and is twitching and seizuring. As smaller tendrils erupt from his navel and his eyes and ears. It seems that he's been in here a while, but Lyra
So
comments
glad
like, I don't think there's any oxygen in there.
No, probably
Based.
not.
Say what?
Ace.
Space?
Open airlock door. Throw him out.
Oh,
So
space.
you're looking at the terminal? Right. Okay.
Yeah, the dude's stuck in the airlock. There's an external door.
Yep. So if you're just don't plan on opening your door, roll computers at a -2 to start infiltrating your way into this terminal, see what controls you might be able to get access to. And very rapidly, you know, using passkeys that you had found previously, managed to override your way onto this airlock. And yes, see that you can remotely unlock or lock either door. And then from the side space airlock, you can lock, unlock it, and open it and control it. It's actually motorized. So as you press the space button, you see the air slowly start getting sucked out. And his body goes up slowly and starts gyrating across the floor towards the terminal. But the tendrils that had erupted from his body seem to unleash some sort of adhesive fluid to the floor and the walls. As they thin, as he gets dragged slowly towards the airlock as it opens. Until several seconds later, his body's just gone and out in the space. The vines break and snap, and there's just several tendrils and vines growing across the floor and walls. Seem entirely determined to just affix an adhesive to the floor. And then once the vacuum effect has ended, they're just stuck there and completely inactive. And seem to very slowly start dimming in energy.
In the vacuum?
Yes. Like there's no tendrils moving. They're just like glued to the floor. Nothing
How are they
coming out
gaining
from the
energy?
floor or the walls. Say what?
How are they gaining energy then?
I said slowly losing energy. There's no motion. They fix themselves there, and there's no oxygen, so they're just there. And they go from bright red to deep or red slowly.
Cool. I will transfer controls from the console to my comm if I can.
Okay.
That way I don't have to be at the terminal work. Let that vent for a minute. Now I'm going to go back and be like, all right, dudes, let's get over there. We got to hop over some prosa, but I think we can manage it. Then I see
You
a
say
cone of
to
fire.
Jack Daxter as you hear a behind you, and then Gor'rak yelling that he's going in after him.
Jack?
I'm sure it's fine. Let's just keep working on getting out of here.
Wait, we only have one shot to go through this airlock. One. That's it.
Okay. So
I
let's
turn
go.
around, then I look through the airlock to the other door, and what's behind it?
Looks to be the standard lab environment over there.
There is
you
no
do
pros
see
up
it,
against the glass or nothing?
on the inside, yes. On the other side, not as much. You see a few blast marks of laser, and another incendiary just scorch inferno. But other than the combat, you're not seeing any immediate evidence of prosa.
Alright, plus side. I'm gonna be like, Jack, we can't just leave him. And I'm gonna duck back to there.
All right, before you go, tell me how to open the airlock, so if you die with, I can at least get out.
I point to the buttons.
Yeah, he's unlocked terminal.
Okay.
Yeah, you just had the 8 You think that you can unlock and like the locking functions are connected to your comms, but you cannot remotely open or close the airlock. You got to be at the terminal.
Okay.
Gotcha.
You might be able to figure that out if you have more time there, but time's not something you got right now.
Right. Okay.
But yeah,
I'll
Jack
just-
Dexter, it's a super easy tablet interface. You can press buttons to do any of the
Okay.
aforementioned functions.
I will wait by there in case we need to leave in a hurry or in case I need to leave them behind.
Very good.
Lyra goes back with Damon, and Nikolai is waiting there, just anxious to get the fuck to the labs.
Oh, I give Adri's with you, Eric.
What?
Adri's
mean-
with you.
I don't know what that word
Yeah.
is.
Wifey.
And then immediately afterwards, you hear over the comms, the fuck did you guys just space?
Who says that?
Zaeden.
Oh, an infected scientist.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably dead to solar radiation. I'm gonna go check it out.
Don't get eaten by Proza.
We'll try. So Captain Whatney, your visor has napalm on it. Your boots have napalm on it. Your suit is slowly melting through. Your lungs have been incinerated slightly. The hose that you had tied off is no longer tied off. It is just melted and wide open and non-existent. There's spores everywhere around you. There's smoke everywhere around you. It's probably very, very little oxygen as the fires are very, very quickly dying out. What do you attempt to do in this scenario? We're just getting back to Whatney and Gor'rak after all that.
Let's get out of the smoke, back to where I was before, and
Did it actually move him at all?
stop, drop, roll / this suit off. Since
You
it's
probably
now
would have
worthless.
wished that it blew you back, but it more so like melted your boots to the ground below you, where it's sticky as you try to move your leg. Roll a recon at -4 to try to find anywhere the fuck you're going. Same thing for Gor'rak.
What do you mean same thing for Gor'rak?
Recon -4.
You're in the
Oh,
smoke.
You
Sorry,
look
I didn't
around,
hear that.
every direction is smoke. Up is smoke, down is creep, and fire, and just hideous obscurity. Also, Gor'rak,
Pretty much knew how that was going to work out.
Oh boy,
that's
this is
better
gonna be
than
really
0.
bad.
Come on, Gor'rak. Oh, yeah, not a 0.
So
Yeah.
Gor'rak, you managed to reorient yourself after, so you run in, and before you even get to the thick of the smoke, you feel the remaining vines that have not gotten incinerated lash out and grab your arm, your ankles, and your truck progress is immediately halted as you are snared into place. Feel a tendril growing under your undershirt of your casual wear and slowly up your stomach on the outside, as he very periodically is lapping against you, trying to find some sort of opening, as otherwise you're briefly entangled.
Surprisingly,
Feeling
it
this-
finds no belly button.
Yeah. Feeling this moist entity just softly caress you more and more
Ah.
and less gently with each passing second, as seemingly unhindered by the smoke. But you look back and you see, the edge of where this incendiary effect would be. And as you look forward, you see the silhouette of Whatney's suit is shrinking in size and just overcome with incendiary effect as it stumbles backwards away from the blast to front it.
Dude.
What do you attempt to do? You haven't made any action yet.
Well, I'm being gripped by the tendrils.
Yes.
So I'm going to lift my head into the air and roar very loudly and attempt to pull free.
All right. You can make a strength athletics check or a strength brawling unarmed check.
Beat it.
I mean, it's a sign.
You can make
it's the same
dex
either way.
checks. You pull free from one tendril, and as you do, you drop your other arm, and you feel 2 sets of tendrils wrap around that as they holding your hand, growing up your elbow towards your shoulder. So Whatney, yeah, you have no idea which way is which. You can sit there and just kind of meander. You got spun around slightly in the blast, but you do know that your mask is just exposed to the smoke. You're very glad you have the oxygen pill because your visor is just completely filled up with the smoke of this napalm burning. Parts of the visor have just burnt through as the napalm slowly ekes through it. But you're not really under any risk of tendrils in your current position.
Or any risk of what? A tendril?
Of tendrils, you're not feeling the
Gotcha.
moist, warm embrace of anything like Gor'rak is.
Oh, that's good. I don't want to feel anything's moist, warm embrace. That's pretty good. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get hopefully this melting suit off before it melts to me and the smoke. So.
All right, so you can start stripping the vac suit off.
Yeah, I'm still got my clothes and stuff underneath. I mean, if it's just
Yeah,
totally fucking garbage at this point and it's just like about to melt to my body, then yeah,
it's a solid action. Yeah, you try to like lift foot up, and the rubber sole of the vac suit is just completely merged with the floor, so it's probably a good idea. You
Oh
spend the
man,
round
it's all
finishing that up.
solidified.
Meanwhile, so Damian Darkfyre looks up with Jack Daxter and Lyra, and you see the silhouette of Gor'rak struggling against various tendrils, erupting from the floor and wall, covered through the smoke. Not so much the incendiary effect. Whatney's completely out of the picture. What are your thoughts or actions?
Lyra, you've got to help Gor'rak. You've got a suit on. They can't penetrate it.
Gor'rak just had a rebreather.
Correct.
Why I yelled
Correct.
to Lyra.
Rebreather only.
Oh, you saw Lyra. Okay. Yeah, Lyra's fuck everything and charges in.
I'm reading my hand on the panel.
What?
Why would Lyra
I
lift
think
anything
still
for
alive.
Gor'rak? At all.
I can't move yet. I gotta get out of this suit.
Lyra
No
would not be
time. Take
diving
it
in
with
here
you.
right now. Bad Kenny.
Good person.
And
Imperial
Maybe
agents
maybe she feels something for Gor'rak after all.
Imperial agents have a lawful duty to preserve life at all costs.
Okay. Well, I get the chance. I attempt one more time to break free before I panic.
Okay. Yeah, as you do so, you see the vac suited figure go running. You're not quite into the flames, but kicks out of the tendrils on one arm and then just shoves you up against the wall. So you roll the athletics check with a +2.
All right. Cool. +2. Oh wait.
And then
Oh,
you
I
see her put the button on her visor and look over towards Whatney. So immediately after helping you, she continues running forwards. You break free. All right, so she shoves you. You break free temporarily, and immediately the tendrils are back around your ankle or trying to. What do you do? You running
wait,
out or
like-
in?
Hold on. I'm against which wall?
So,
What do you mean out or in? Like towards?
All right, so you had run
towards
in
here
this way.
or towards?
You had run in this way. You got to like here-ish.
Okay.
She shoved you like up to. Forgot that the squares don't align with the map squares, but I can hold Alt and make it work. All right, so she shoves you like up against this wall. You'd imagine Whatney somewhere around here, because again the star is actually like there. So Watney's here. Gor'rak's here. Lyra comes barreling down this way, where Damon and Darkfyre is here. The other two wife are up over here in the safety. On this area, just got spaced. So Gor'rak, boom, you got shoved up against the wall. You're very basically free. There's an incendiary effect that swallows this entire hemispherical area. Proza is still rather active in this general area. You're immediately free. You have 4 seconds to decide what you do, because that's exactly how long you get to spend doing it. You run that way. As you run forward, squish, splish, splash, you look to the right, you see a door labeled Barracks. Has a terminal, has buttons and words on the terminal. Do you sprint past them or stop in the like high Proza area to take a look at the door?
I mean, are they still like gunning for me? Do I have that look down the ground?
Splish splash, and if you stand still for more than a second, they're on your ankle.
Keep
5
going.
seconds, they're on your. All right. So you run forward. You get to the bridge area. You can loop left where it's much more safe. And then you look forward and you see this terminal again. It's a red screen instead of blue. Has a big X on it. It says like authentication required. As we look back towards Whatney, you see a figure approaching you from one direction as you've just finished stripping your suit. What do you do?
Who is it? Who's that? As I got like my fucking carbine out.
It's not making the of the submarine until you see someone in the same suit that you were just wearing, as Lyra appears right next to you in the smoke. Napalm burning at her soles as she's hot stepping and clutching her air tubes. You see a small split in that tube as well.
Oh Jesus, let's get the fuck out of here. Where do we go? Which
And
way?
as
I
she,
follow her.
as she grabs you and starts carrying you back out, you see there's just a jettison of air erupting from the tank, and which you identify by everything that she runs past. Like on her left side, there's just like a flamethrower effect coming out of it as oxygen's fueling the napalm in that direct direction. So you run on her other side, and within a moment or two have made it back out of the flames as you go pushing back through the tendrils that Gor'rak was just in. But no sooner do you get there than that same jet of oxygen erupts out and tendrils just surge forward towards her, growing rapidly, grab onto the air cable and grow into the tank, it looks like, and grab onto her arm and leg as she, you're both jogging, sprinting forward. She loses momentum and lets go of you. As you clear it right up here out of the smoke, back into Damian Darkfyre's view. Damon, you see the two silhouettes approaching, but only one of it makes it forward, as Lyra is stuck just on the edge of the smoke, seems to have been grabbed by Proza. What do either of you do?
All right. How easily do these tanks off?
What?
How easily did the tanks come off?
Easily enough when there weren't monstrous creatures being fed rapidly by a pressurized oxygen supply. Grasping at you. It took you like 1 to 2 rounds to fully shed everything.
So he's right
A few minor actions were like little item. You already see her like disconnect the air hose with her struggling arm and fling it forward, but it just stops the Proza from growing into her helmet.
Right, which is a good first. I'm gonna then, fuck it. I'm gonna run up and I'm gonna grab an arm and I'm gonna start.
And yeah, so you grab her other arm that reaches forward towards her, and the tendrils that are grabbed onto her slowly start crawling onto you, but you're much more out of the effect. Is Whatney, what do you do?
What do I know about the effects of laser carbines on oxygen tanks?
You know that they go off explosively.
Oh, they go off explosively. Okay, so it has this particular laser carbine has a explosive reaction. Okay, that would be bad. I was hoping it might just be
tanks,
like
yes.
inert gas mode, just punch some holes in the tank and disperse the oxygen faster. Okay.
Now, this is an RPG, which means we use movie physics.
We're all Michael Bay here.
Preposterous!
Alright, so you aim at the oxygen tank for a second and reconsider. What do you do in the next second?
I then realign it over to the tendrils that are climbing up her suit arm, and I'm going to shoot at those.
Shoot her right in the arm.
Alright,
Nowhere near her arm. Like, arm
So you
plus...
aim over at those. Roll gun combat lasers. -1 for range, -1 for visibility, +1 for laser sight for a net of -1.
Damn it!
How?
Alright, roll damage.
Fuck this RNG!
All X, natural 0, 1 out of 36. Yeah, roll damage.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I forgot you don't know what damage is. So this isn't exactly like your laser carbine. As you pull the trigger, it's a repeating laser carbine
Oh.
that fires what seems almost like just a continuous beam. So rather than like pew 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 pew, it goes. And you sweep that across each of Damon and Lyra.
What?
As you roll 2d6
GG.
for each of them.
Whatney
love-
MVP for enemy team.
I love you guys. It's okay. I
So
rolled
3
one.
damage on Damian Darkfyre.
Could be worse.
Maximum damage!
Booyah!
Oh god.
So Damon, you are freed of the tendrilisk as the beam of laser just sears a very jagged scorch mark across your arm and onto Lyra, puncturing holes through her suit. As you
And then it
see
steadies
just
on her for a
singe
minute.
across her arm, across her chest, across her other arm, and then severs her from the tendrils on the other side as she just staggers forward. And rather than being gripped by tendrils now, is just lying in slowly pushing herself back up, push-up style, as
What
you
I'm
get a chance to
imagining
immediately react.
Is that Whatney sweeps across me and he's like, "Oh shit!" and he's like, "Got it!" as he holds it on her for a minute.
Well,
Yeah,
he
that sounds
fired a
about
shot to
You
your
would have
left
never made it.
and
They
just
got
held
in.
down the trigger as he retargeted
What is
over
this
towards
picture?
the monster. But
Right.
the beam just went across all 3 of you.
Well, that
Yeah,
was
so-
fun.
Yeah, all right. You get burned. Lyra gets burned much, much worse. Lyra falls to the ground. Is in push-up position as tendrils start grabbing her elbows. Does not look like she's going to be completing the push-up.
Grab and run.
All right.
Do I have
you
my
can make an
weapon?
athletic strength-based check. She's gonna roll to try to escape these.
Well, not my day today.
I can't move her at all.
If anything, you're gonna get caught doing
Yeah,
that.
you grab onto her arms, and her arms are completely moist. Your hands slip, and you fall back on your butt as you scramble back up. So Gor'rak, you had come over here. Were you gonna run back around the hallway, back the way you came to check out the door, or forward to look at the authentication required door to the bridge?
I'm a little more curious about the authentication required door. I think I might have an extra second or two to check this one out, so...
Okay. Yeah, you run forward. It just has a small text at the bottom. It says like swipe keypad, swipe com. There seems to have a retinal scanner. Just various methods of identifying that you're somebody who belongs in there. As you get closer, you also see that there's a charred husk of a corpse that looks like it had just been shrunken and shriveled in that was reaching out for the door. Shriveled in and blasted the black by some various laser marks. Just immediately under the terminal itself. Otherwise, it's a largely glass door you can see through. You can see the glass door on the other side of the airlock. That side does not look like it has authentication required, but that's the airlock side of the actual bridge control itself. Also, the bridge control seems like it's a separable ship that can actually detach from the Botana of the majority of the station. You look inside, you see three various seats for controlling things. What looks to be some sort of command captain seat behind it. But otherwise, you got two terminal locked airlocks between you and there. But you can just look in. And it's plain as day lit inside the actual helm itself. Hasn't gone into whatever emergency containment lighting scheme.
The corpse slumped against the door. Key card. Yes? No?
Start rolling investigate. As you go back 6 seconds and forward for the next.
Okay.
So you can roll it twice. Yeah, Damon slips, Captain Whatney. You very rapidly learn about the function of this carbine, hopefully, after nerfing two of your friends. What's your next set of actions? Lyra is now like half entangled by the tendrils. Say what?
Plot twist, been allied with the plants the entire time, and I just shoot the rest of them.
Alright, make another roll. Same roll.
No, not for real.
He's not
okay,
shooting at his friends.
so has the plant that had
Oh, I thought you
taken
meant
a
shoot the
hold
rest
of
of the plants.
Lyra subsided?
No, she falls. It immediately, it's on her wrists, up her elbows, it's on her ankles, up to her knees. One goes around her waist. But with the same beam, you could make a targeted attack to like splice down an entire side of her so that she'd be able to roll free.
Lyra, is that your dominant arm?
She gives a coughing choke. She's now disconnected from any air supply.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. It's nowhere now.
Oh,
And we have no way to give her
how
air.
did her tank get damaged?
I don't know.
The napalm
Maybe the
going
laser.
to you. And then again by the laser, yeah.
The
So napalm burned like a
damaged
small
environmental
hole in it.
HVAC suit?
Like, napalm burned a little hole into it. I mean, it's fire resistant. It's not like direct napalm resistant. Burned a pinhole into it. She would have been able to push it up no problem with the duct tape on the suit. But then she ran back, and like a Proza vein found its way into it, plugged the hole, and started growing into her oxygen tank, so she just disconnected it. And then you beam lasered her across the entire chest and both shoulders.
Rolls.
As you sit there watching, like, she is losing the struggle to get away from the tendrils, and this will be her final
All right.
message if nothing is done.
I'm going to attempt beam laser the tendrils and fucking not her. Using a roll that should be good.
Yeah, shoot behind.
Okay.
her. Yeah, like,
Well, I said
All
before
right,
that I
so
shot like 12 inches
You're
away
at
from
your
her.
normal roll at a -1. If you want to make it a -3, you will be at 0 risk to hit her. As you shoot extra cautiously.
All right, I will make it a -3.
Alright, so you roll for half damage, as you just roll 2d6 once. You hit it, but more distant than would be optimal to cut it free.
A 11.
As with that, she rolls out the other side, bees herself, and presses a disconnect button, and as her entire trousers fall off, and she just flings forward, reaches her hands out to Damon. Trousers of the vac suit. Reaches out to Damon as Damon makes another athletics check at a +3 to attempt to pull her free from the tangled masses. As she gives you a look, barely visible through the.
Fuck, did that even happen? Oh no, it did the derpy thing.
Oh,
again.
it didn't include the +3.
Yeah, you don't do the plus. You just hit the
All right, so it's a 9. My bad.
All right. She looks forward, and you just see like this terrified look with her eyes as she realizes that you're her only hope. As she reaches forward, you grab her by the elbows and just barely manage to wrench her free from the vac suit. As you see the pants of the vac suit just get sucked into the smoke behind her, pulled in by the tendrils. As
This is
several
like
erupt.
fucking Jumanji. That's what this is.
Yes, it
As
is.
several more tendrils erupt for the smoke before Captain Whatney, very immediately cuts them back down, and you guys retreat out of the tendrils' reach. But she disconnects the tank in her suit and drops it behind her as it still continues venting oxygen into the room. But otherwise, she just kind of looks around. You can see that she's been holding her breath for about 20 seconds, wide-eyed, and she's just being awaiting any instruction as to where to go.
Gor'rak, let's go!
Exhale
Gor'rak,
some
Gor'rak,
oxygen into
here-
her lungs.
Gor'rak, you hear Gor'rak, let's go. And as you're pressing buttons, you manage to open the airlock on the other side of the airlock that you're currently dealing with.
Did I find a key card, which is what I was looking for?
That's what you were looking for. And you...
I rolled a
this
6
guy-
and a 10, so...
6 and a 10.
Is that a max roll for you?
I don't think so.
Is that a natural 20?
Oh, it wasn't. It was close. I rolled a 5 and a 6 on that 10.
Okay.
I actually have investigate, believe it or not, though.
Have a rank in investigate. Nice.
I have investigate 0. I have a lot of 0 rank skills. I'm not useless. Just mostly.
Mostly incompetent.
No.
Right. Jack of all trades. Master of, well, yeah, none.
All right. Yeah, you find a key card. The airlock on the other side closes and opens again. It seems to be defaulting.
All right. I'm hearing this stuff on the other side. I find the key card. Hey, Evan. Odds or evens?
Evens.
I open the door.
All right.
I
Make a
ignore
computer.
his yells, and I decide I know what this room is. I have to get inside, and I use the key
Alright.
card and try to get
You
in.
blaze the key card. The screen turns red. Numbers start scrolling very quick. You see a few buttons.
A few buttons.
Yes. Largely 2 buttons that both say versions of open in very technical terminology that you're not super familiar with.
Okay. Can I attempt to decipher what I'm looking at, or?
Yep. Yeah, so they both have open symbols. One shows circles sliding apart from each other. One shows 2 squares moving directly away from each other. Actually, sorry, 1 square and 1 circle. They're talking about words like precipice. You think you've heard before?
Huh. So I have 2 buttons. Is that what you're saying?
You can roll a computer's check to not have to guess between the shapes. Yeah, yeah. So that. What are
Another
the
11.
These are the most polar rolls of
Yes!
all.
All right, got
Me
this,
and
guys.
Whatney are like 3s,
Yep.
1s, 2s.
You recognize the words below the circle moving from the square. It says eject,
Circle and the
and
square
then the
moving
other
away.
one says some synonym for open.
Well, eject sounds bad in this circumstance.
Good deduction.
So I hit the other button.
And that your door opens.
And I try to get inside the bridge.
All right, so you run up, and you get to the other door, and it's already unlocked. You can just press the button to open it if you want.
Full of Rosa.
So I'm inside then.
Yeah, you press the button that opens. You run forward, and you see that all 4 of the terminals are red, and you run up, and you can start flashing the key card on those. But meanwhile, back with Damian Darkfyre, Whatney, Jack, and basically everyone else, regrouped in this general vicinity, where you have at least 20 seconds of not being in imminent fear for your lives.
All right, I'm gonna run up, press up against the door, examine my arm, see that it's not gone. Be excited about that. Come over to Gor'rak. All right, we gotta go now. Where are you?
So I've come over here for us to adjust our health. So if you've taken damage, just to endurance first. Subtract the amount of damage you've taken off your endurance, put it in the little box to your normal endurance. Don't actually adjust your endurance value. Like Captain Mark Whatney, you would keep your 7 in that box forever. I should have made that part of the map layer. And the little box to the right of it that says adjusted endurance, that's for your current stat.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so Gor'rak, you get the comms from Damian Darkfyre frantic saying, we have to go now. And then you hear Better in the background, like, yeah, it's coming! Like, will you be able to survive the vacuum?
I'm gonna begin shutting the airlock door.
And it starts slowly shutting over the course of 10 seconds. Where you hear a rather scattered and painful hiss as it tries to, of inhalation this time.
Well, there shouldn't be any oxygen in there.
No, not there, behind you.
Oh, gotcha.
There's not like a centralized, large, powerful entity to breathe anymore. It's redistributing its fluidic mass about the rest of its unincinerated self. Yeah, the napalm is still there, but it's more like a magma just growing on the surfaces, not really giving off a flickering flame anymore in such an oxygen-starved environment. However, that one disconnected air tank is like a war zone between the Proza and the magma flames, just both coming at rapidly trying to consume what hisses of oxygen is coming out of her pressurized O2 tank.
I'm imagining this
As
thing
you
like
guys
on
look
the floor
as these
spinning.
tendrils are constantly growing upwards and towards the flame before...
Every time like it spins, it's got a trail of fire in the flame. The Proza grows into it, gets flamed, like a circle.
Something like that, yeah. Alright, I think everyone's done here.
Most excellent.
Once that airlock's shut, I'm opening the door. Gor'rak or no Gor'rak?
Yeah, you hear Zaeden,
Gor'rak's missing?
Yeah, this guy out here seems to have been some sort of captain. He's got, looks like some sort of executive keycard.
Take it!
Yeah, no, I already got it. There's no way to get it back.
What do you say?
Says I already got it, but I'm, 2 minutes of travel away from that airlock again.
Maybe it gets the end of the matter. I don't know. Open door, open door, open door, open door.
There's got to be some other airlock we can meet you at.
I'll start doing a visual sweep.
Yeah, perhaps we can dock this thing somewhere.
All right. So, Damon, your door opens. You feel slight push of air coming from behind you to fill out the vacuum. And the Proza in there arcs dimly glowing back to life again, but it's not spreading at all. No tendrils are coming out of it. You guys get a text message from Gor'rak saying, Gor'rak has bridge control. As Gor'rak, you run forward. Again, there's 4 main terminals, one on the left, one on the right, one on the front that looks to be some sort of pilot seat, and a central one that looks to be some sort of captain seat, which just has holographic computer terminals around it, not actually any controls. All 4 are red. All 4 say authentication required. All 4 have a swipe your key card here to check.
I don't go to the pilot's one.
One of them have a radiation.
Yeah, I'm gonna go off to one on the side, maybe like an engineering something. And who am I echoing in?
All right, fixed.
Okay, I'm gonna go off to one that I'm hoping is an engineering controls and try to swipe the card as I voice to text another message. What do we need to do?
I'm gonna look quickly
The
at
screen
Whatney.
turns. Yeah, the screen turns red. Sorry, it turns blue. Access granted. It seems to be some sort of engineering control. Giving you access for the guest and the main hall and portions of the lab hall. Controls over the gravity intensity, oxygen and atmospheric pressure levels. There's a big red button for an irradiation bath. There's also ship controls for the modular ship attachment that you're on. You can eject the ship. You can open and close that internal airlock. You can control the gravity and the oxygen and life support for the little module that you're in currently. And you can control its own individual power supplies. Things that pop up in the first seconds. Maybe there's more.
Okay. Well, I didn't hear any responses on the comms yet.
When Gor'rak says he's got the bridge, I'm gonna look at Whatney. Do we go to him or do we go through here?
We go to him.
While
Kirby,
they're
go.
not responding, my instant reaction, I'm gonna go that, and I hit the oxygen button. If it's a slider, I go all the way to the left. No oxygen.
For left. Okay. For just everything, you press oxygen and a bunch of sliders come up, and they're keyed to rooms that are just numbers and not actually identifiable rooms. And you see there's a chart for the room reference manual on the side.
I mean, I have a rebreather. Everyone has vac suits, rebreathers, or the fucking oxygen tablets.
Nobody has vac suits anymore.
He doesn't
I
know
don't
that.
know that, so I slide them all to the left.
All right.
Just dropped all the oxygen out.
So yeah, Damian Darkfyre, you look up, and the little airlock door that you had closed pops inwards just an inch, not exposing it to space at all. But you hear air starts getting sucked through. It has some sort of mechanisms on it, and cycles air back out into the room. Indiscernibly different. But it's just hissing air through it very rapidly, but doesn't seem to be spacing anything.
Filtering something.
Yep.
Lead the way, Whatney. If we're going to the bridge, let's do it now. Go, 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 go.
I go to the place with the bridge
All right.
right there.
Yeah, so you get here, and the Proza that had not gotten incinerated across this whole path is now lively in these 4 squares as well.
Pew 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 from not point blank range.
Gor'rak, would you have closed the airlock behind you, or would you have let it stay open to the
No.
slowly encroaching?
I didn't
Okay.
think that far.
Okay. So,
Right.
you guys go sprinting forward. Nikolai's are you crazy? And want to push forward as he's waiting against the other door. Curious
He
to
can
see what
get
the fuck
in.
you guys are doing. Yeah,
He can
so
activate
he
the
gets in the
control
airlock. Jack, where are you going? Going forward towards the labs or back towards the bridge?
Labs.
All right, you and
Okay.
Nikolai are let's do this. Hit the button.
Yep.
Adrian gives a brief look to Damon. Where she should go.
Oh, she's coming with me.
All right, she comes with you, and so does Lyra.
I figure it's probably going to go Botany, Lyra, who can't breathe, followed by Adrian, then me.
I thought. All right. So Jack and Nikolai, once you guys leave the airlock, they close the door behind them so that they're sealed on both sides in the airlock and just safe from any general Proza threat. In their civilian clothes, completely exposed to whatever may happen around them. The rest of you, as you go sprinting forward, and Whatney burns a few scorch marks into the path, allowing you to briefly go sprinting and slip and sliding by to bounce off the far wall and hopefully make it into the bridge with a minima of red stuff and ick clinging to you. And very quickly, the whole group is funneled inside. You see on the holographic terminal that Gor'rak is unlocked on the left, there's a bunch of... Yeah, you turn around, there's nothing there. But as you look forward, you see that there's oxygen levels in various rooms with, it's just rooms, 1 through 118 with, a little folder on the side titled room, title reference chart.
Room layout, yeah.
Yeah, and he's 2/3 of the way down the list, moving sliders to the left.
I'm airlock shut the airlock, shut it.
All right,
Gor'rak,
so yeah, you
shut
run
the
forward.
airlock!
Huh?
Yeah, quickly slide his off the screen and find the airlock button, and shoom,
Oh,
I look around quickly for a radiation shower.
why do we want to shut the airlock?
Yeah, very briefly, like a little panel pops up on the side. It says, like, modular life support. 7 person hours of oxygen remaining.
It. All right. Modular.
Until
I'm not
reconnected
consuming
and docked
oxygen,
with
so-
other ship.
Got it. First things first. Look around at everybody. Anyone have any clinging toes on them still?
I look down.
Lyra takes the biggest gasp of air you have ever seen in your life. I
Wait,
had
what is
realized
everybody's
earlier
vac
that
suits?
if nobody had gotten air, she would have had to inhale somebody else's exhalation, which would have been Adrian.
Yeah. Yeah, from the rebreather. Yep.
No, from the I guess she does have a rebreather.
You only exhale
Yeah,
carbon dioxide.
That's true. Trace amounts of oxygen, very minimal. But yeah, so she would have been buddy breathing at some point. But yeah, she gets in, big gasp of air, falls down, and she's just panting like she finished a marathon. You look around, nobody has red stuff, nobody's eyes are dilating, skin's rashing, well, except for Whatney with the radiation marks.
Healing.
And Damian Darkfyre and Lyra with scorch marks across their body, still sizzling.
I'm like, wait a minute.
You did see a few, like, clinging to your boots and shoes generally because there's red liquid in the room with you. Some of it vaporizes into the spore-like stuff. I mean, it's not... It kind of coagulates into this red puddle on the floor in the bridge area. Isn't moving much.
First thing I want to do. Everyone take your fucking clothes off. Is there a radiation shower in here?
There is not.
Damn it. Is there a radiation gun in here?
No. You see there's a ship manifest is one of the buttons on X terminal thing there.
I'll get to that in a second. Next thing I want to do.
Lyra gives you the weirdest fucking look, same as Adrian. Like, what? Like, you guys are just slightly more space than shoulder to shoulder. There's 6 of you in there. So never mind. All right, so there's 4 spots and then like 2 areas in the corner.
I don't want to pay anyone any attention. I'm talking in crazy talk, super fast, like not listening to anybody. Looking quickly at the airlock, going to the window, looking up for radiation thingies.
This seems to be like an actual modular ship that can just disconnect from the station for safety.
Okay, I was hoping there might be like a radiation alert right here. In the airlock.
No, nothing. No radiation thing in. There'd be a radiation emitter like here. You don't see any shower or radiation emitters on the ship.
Alright, let's just fucking irradiate all the shit that's east in the door next to us.
I agree. Hop over to the engineering controls, start flipping through shit, looking for radiation controls, up the diagram of the room numbers, throw that up on some screen so I've got a layout.
Yeah, so you're going through room 117, and then you radiation slider all the way to the right.
Cafeteria, melted.
Oh, it's just all of them? Go through cafeteria, commons, kitchen, staircases, main halls. Like,
yep.
We're not going that far.
I'm doing everything in the cafe. Like,
cafe,
basically
or just the whole main halls? All right, so you go through and find everything, barracks, armory, the upper and lower floor that you haven't even seen. All right.
Yep.
You spend a solid 2 minutes on that. Whatney, Gor'rak, what are you guys thinking?
I'm gonna let him do what he's doing. Kind of just watch.
I guess I'm gonna sit down in the pilot chair, start learning about the vehicle. Like, can it dock with any of the other airlocks? I'm gonna try to find out if there's any other docking locations.
Red terminal access, requested.
Hey, can
while you sit down, Lyra walks over up your carbine and just starts emptying it on the puddle, where the doormat on the ship would be.
Oh yeah.
Until the barrel's red hot and sizzling and it's choking.
I kind of lean away from the beam.
And then she sets it down on the counter next to you again, and then she goes back to just slumping and gasping for air.
I'm gonna try to see can this thing dock anywhere else, because one, we want to pick up Zaeden, and two, Jack, you said you went toward the labs?
Yeah.
Jump through the lab.
They're in
Okay,
the
so you're
airlock that would head
solo
to
in
the
the
lab.
labs, or you're with that guy?
He's with
He's
Nikolai.
with Nikolai in the airlock, meaning the lab in the main halls.
We haven't
Okay.
gotten what he's.
And that guy is ostensibly the dude who might be able to enable this. Okay, so we should be able to radiate this area. Contact Jack, we're still in contact with you radio-wise, right?
Yeah, our comms still work.
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys are not losing comm connection at any point throughout all this.
So, Jack, we got control of the radiation. Hopefully it looks like, Damon, you might have been successful there. And we should be able to irradiate this, and you guys could run over, potentially, and get in here, like, totally scot-free. If what's-his-name can actually actuate and get control of the bridge here, then we could potentially use this.
Keep in mind,
Just briefly, Damon, as you're looking through the room manifest, about half the rooms in the lab section, has little notes that say like externally controlled by the room, which you would know to be as the overview that you would previously use to irradiate the gardens.
gotcha. I'm gonna take the manifest folder and just put it over to another screen and be like, somebody else look into this.
Whatney?
So yeah, Whatney, you managed to get into the maps, but the actual controls of the ship are in a lockdown until proper access is provided. But the only other, you see two other docking collets. One is a Starship class docking collet, which is where the Matador had docked on the gas section. The main hulls has this for the bridge, and then there's one that seems to be like a utility docking area, which the water and oxygen, they're just these
Where the drones
foot diameter spherical drone ships that automatically go back between this water world colony and this station, carrying large amounts of electrolyzed oxygen and water to resupply.
Okay. So I attempt to relay those two locations to Zaeden Cochran and propose the plan that we irradiate the cafe. Jack and our VIP come over here. The VIP, do we think? No, that's just a Horizon Group guy. He probably wouldn't have access to the bridge control for.
No.
Yeah,
Now,
the
keep in
VIP
mind,
is
Zaeden did
Torero.
just discover a captain's key card in the dead guy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we had the captain's card, right?
Yeah, he
The
radioed.
VIP guy.
The guy doesn't seem to be a scientist, some sort of engineer that worked on various things peripherally. So no security clearance, but he might be able to get us into the bridge there.
All right. Yeah. Well, let's radiate the area and just get him over here.
Okay, let's go check out the barracks too, since it'll be irradiated. Now, having finished radiation, I'm gonna go to the door and look outside and make sure there's no goddamn prosa that's immune to radiation out.
Oh yeah, you look back through the airlock, and there's no fire, there's no prosa, it's just dust. It's deep dark.
I agree. Let's get some vac suits. Let's
Oxygen
check out the
pills in the bridge.
barracks. Let's get that guy
what?
over here and get the bridge
Oxygen
working.
pills in the bridge.
Okay.
Are there
Oh,
any?
searching. All right. Well, you tab over to the manifest and see where the oxygen pills are. There's a storage closet containing them that you had passed by over here earlier. There's an ass load of them in the med bay. There's some in the barracks, which is right here. And they're scattered around various other parts in the walls, generally in the lab section. A
The med
few
bay
in
on
the
this
hangar.
floor?
What?
Med bay on this floor?
It's on this floor of the lab section.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
I'll go ahead and illuminate this floor.
get all of those.
What was the commons? Was that like where the tennis court was or something?
No, that was back in
So there's a cafe, which is just cafeteria, and then there's a few
Right.
steps down, and there's just like loungy couches and a beautiful view out of the universe, which could holographically translate to a
Gotcha.
400-inch TV and the general meeting area.
So there is no prosa that I see out the window?
No, none at all.
Good news. Look around the room. Who wants to go check out the barracks?
You raided all those areas?
Let's do it. Or I could use some guns.
I like to make no oxygen.
Probably a good
Do what?
idea. We should be careful with the oxygen tablets as well, because if a prosy gets a hold of one of those oxygen generating things and just encompasses it, it gets an infinite source of oxygen internal to itself.
Didn't
Then it
they
can
make
only
them
be-
out of the Proza, actually? Or was
No.
that a... No, they said that
No,
was
they
a
said-
previous Horizon Group research.
Yeah, a previous, yes.
Okay, so let's get Jack and the engineer guy here, and let's search that closet there and the barracks for weapons
Yep, I
and
agree.
vac suits.
All right, jumping
Okay.
back about
I'll go
20
check
seconds.
the closet.
Jack,
Yeah.
so you have a rebreather, right? Or you're
No,
just
I
on
had
pill?
the pill.
They both
Okay.
had pills.
All right. You feel your pulse slowly starting to wear out as each breath is just, it's like you're going 1,000 feet higher in elevation.
Okay.
You see Nikolai seems to be suffering from the same effect. And he looks over to the terminal that opens you up to the lab section and goes, I'm afraid we may not have a choice for very long.
Okay.
Are we going to wait on the rest of you, the bits of them that'll get us killed by how reckless? Or are we going to move forward, find a way to get out of this rock?
I'm gonna calm over. What do you guys think we should do?
I repeat all the things we said.
Everything's radiated. We're coming to you.
All right,
We
then let's
irradiated
wait.
it, and he potentially has something that unlocks the bridge, which is a separate small
I
ship.
don't think you got time to say all that.
Yeah, got it. We're gonna stay put.
Hey, you're running out of air very quickly, Eric. Keep that in mind.
Yep.
All right,
The area
so you
behind
guys
you
going
had
back?
no air.
Lyra takes a look around the bridge, says, when you guys open that airlock, I'll take a big breath, but I'm going to have to close it behind you. I can't make it through there.
That's fine. We're gonna go get oxygen pills for everybody right now.
Here's what I'll do. Adri, stay here. May I have your rebreather, please? Thank you. Here you go, Lyra. Oh, wait. I would notice I suddenly have to breathe again. That's what would happen.
I'm gonna sit
Well,
down
you
and
and
meditate
Adrian
and
both
clear
have
my
rebreathers,
breaths.
right?
No,
you're on the
only
pill.
she did.
Okay, so you're like you don't notice anything because you're just breathing the oxygen in the bridge. But
Well, the weird part is that I never had to inhale. So I've just been exhaling.
Yeah.
Consistently.
All right,
And
so you
suddenly
start
I'm like,
getting
God, I'm
lightheaded
choking to death, and
until-
I'm-
so now thinking about it, you realize you've been lightly inhaling. You're still exhaling twice as hard. Like you're slowly
Right.
transitioning to just normal respiration.
And I'm like, Whatney, you can't come.
Why not?
I look around. Do we have any more rebreathers in this area?
There's one.
All right. I hand that one to Whatney. Gonna need this.
All right, I'll use this to go to the closet, get pill things, and I'll take them to Jack.
Hopefully they're still breathing by then.
Hopefully.
All right,
Okay.
let's do it.
I go.
All right,
Do
so
the thing
yeah,
where I
that
go.
that rebreather has a button that you press to exit, and it sucks an hour worth of oxygen out of the room and puts it into its container. Putting you down to the 5.5 or whatever person hours are left in the bridge, but you got an hour in the rebreather.
Okay.
Where has the system been? Oh, the pros has been taking the oxygen.
Yep.
Okay,
What do you
so like I was gonna say,
Bridge-
where is the station been pulling the oxygen out of the rooms to? Where is it storing it?
Well, like you guys are currently just like environmentally separated from the ship. When you press the
Oh,
airlock
but-
close button, it like it docks it and like you're just ready to eject right now.
No, I gotcha. But
Yeah,
I
it's
was
completely
asking, like, when
decoupled.
they dropped the air down to 0, where was that oxygen going? Or was the pros just eating it all? Because if it's been scrubbing
There
oxygen
seems to be
out of
some
the
sort
air,
of oxygen venting system just in the maintenance portions of the wall. Like you saw something that happened in the door in the. But they had briefly communicated previous that there's environmental incinerators. They basically pump the air through a small chamber and burn all of it filter the carbon dioxide out and then pump the air back in, and then it's deoxygenated. And then they have just an infinite supply of oxygen from their drones that keep going back and forth to the water world.
Oh, gosh. That hurts me. All right. Okay.
It's the fastest way to do that.
Right.
Any
right.
other
For
method
emergency
to
purposes,
recycle
makes
it
sense.
takes time, while this you can just keep the air pressure constant and get all of the oxygen out of the room in like a minute.
Okay. Well, Whatney, let's do this. Gor'rak, you ready?
All right, totally ready to totally do this.
I'm ready for anything. Let's go.
Liver takes
So
a big breath.
Wotney's trucking it hard. We all have rebreathers. The three of us.
Going for the closet.
Well, Gor'rak had one.
Yep.
Whatney has one to replace the old one. Weren't you on the pill?
I was on the pill. I now have a rebreather.
I took Adri's rebreather. Staying in the...
Oh, Adrian's staying behind as well.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Wotney has claimed the newest rebreather. We now have rebreathers between us.
All right. They get ready to press the open door button. And they do. Door slides open. Where do you guys sprint or run?
I'm
or
taking the
walk
gun,
or
by the
whatever?
way. Go to the closet. They had the stuff in it.
You're
Pass.
going here, Wotney?
Yep.
Then back to here.
Yep.
All
I'm
right,
gonna
so
go to
you
the
go
barracks.
running past locked barracks. As you get to here and you look to the left, it's just a Fallout wasteland. There's scorch marks and blast marks and icky, drippy marks covered in soot and ash, and
Covered in
all of
suit.
the oxygen got converted into Proza and then back into Proza dust. It's nasty to look at. As you just kind of pace around over to this hallway. Authentication required.
PASSWORD, enter.
Please slide keycard.
No way. I
Is
can't
Brendan
get in.
still
I need
here?
a key card to get in the closet.
I thought that he took the key card from me. Sorry.
Oh.
Then I will slide the key card.
Yeah, if you're in the barracks, then I run over and request key card.
Okay. Nobody gets into the barracks. The keycard does
Doesn't
not
work?
get you to barracks. Yep.
Ah.
Okay.
Bummer.
Well, it gets in this closet. Let's check the closet.
Yeah, so Gor'rak ran by the barracks, was finicking with that, and he whistles him over. You go over to that door, you slide that, it opens. Very simple storage closet. All three of you roll investigate as you start rifling through various shelves. And as you are going through the shelves and busting open boxes and trying to remember what in the manifest by the item ID number correlated to what's on the labels of these boxes, you all start realizing that your skin is very rapidly turning red.
Red.
Yeah, like Whatney's back.
Let's go back.
Yeah,
Red
Red
light.
wants to
radiation.
leave now.
Red like it's being covered by something. Red like yay radiation. Red like what?
Like yay radiation.
You did turn it off, right?
Of course.
Oh, it's off. It's has a half-life of more than seconds.
Hollywood. Okay.
So you
well,
guys,
do
Damon, you see a box that you pop open. You see a few little. You really manage to pry it open, grab a bottle, and grab the whole box behind you. Some of them spill out on the floor, but you got fucking plenty of them. And then you guys go shuffling off to where?
I'm running back to the bridge.
Yeah,
I
back
can't
to the
afford any
bridge.
more radiation. Somebody needs to run these up to Jack. I was gonna do it, but if we're getting fucking irradiated, I've already been hammered.
Gor'rak,
Yes.
take them to Jack.
All right. So you guys all go sprinting towards the labs, or are you going back to the bridge?
I'm going to the bridge.
I guess he handed me all this stuff to take
Alright.
them to Jack.
Yeah. Darkfyre
Yes.
tosses all of the whole box. Keeps one of the pill bottles to Gor'rak. Gor'rak, you now have some undeterminably large amount of pill bottles. Captain Whatney and Darkfyre, where are you running?
Bridge.
Briggs?
I'm gonna head towards the bridge control and
All
get
right, Gor'rak,
Gor'rak
where are you
back
running? You got a box
his
of pills.
card.
Where is Jack? I don't think I was ever told.
He's been here the entire time. In between
Jack's
the
down that
airlocks.
hallway like 20 feet that way in that airlock, and if he doesn't get air thingies that you now have, he's
I
gonna.
sprint. I'm not gonna listen to Whatney continue talking. I'm just gonna go.
There you go.
All right. So you guys all
I
get
heard
back to your respective
that way.
controls. Some small number of minutes after you had just left those areas, you now have very, very bright sunburns that are definitely going to peel. Pretty much all around your body. Everything hurts to touch. But it doesn't seem to be worsening anymore. And Gor'rak, you see Jack Daxter and Nikolai are like sitting down, just like kind of idle. Nikolai still has his hand up on the terminal, ready to press it right before he passes out if it comes to that. But when the door opens and actually no oxygen comes in, it doesn't help them at all as they look up towards you. And Nikolai like pulls his hand back, ready to hit the button to open the door to the lab hallway. What do you do?
I like, here, take this, and I open a pill bottle towards them.
All right.
As they scatter out onto the floor, and then they both reach out desperately and grab them and pop them into their lungs. And start happily taking gasps of air again. Meanwhile, back on the bridge, the two women re-greeted by the doctor and the captain. They're like, What happened?"
Couldn't get into the barracks. Got the pill things. Gor'rak's getting them to Jack, and hopefully they're headed on their way over here soon. Let's be on the lookout for the airlock when they come over.
I start looking around the bridge for a first aid.
Plant looks like it's dead, but the entire place is irradiated, and this.
There is a first aid kit. Pop it open. It has various oils and ointments that could help soothe various certain burns, but none of the super high-tech anti-rad medicine.
How about
Start
Prussian
drinking
blue?
iodine.
How about what?
Prussian blue.
Prussian blue?
Really?
That's what it is. Yeah.
Prussian? What?
Why do you want Prussian blue?
I'm fairly confident that's what it is.
Prussian blue is a chemical compound.
The dark blue pigment.
Yeah.
Pigment in paints. In medicine, is
For
an
heavy
antidote
metal
for certain
poisoning.
kinds of heavy metal poisoning, e.g. thallium and radioactive isotopes of cesium. The fuck?
If it's neither of those, then you just ate paint.
Sure, there's a single of a droplet of Prussian blue in a shrink wrap container that you gotta rip open. With a label on it that says might help certain circumstances.
Evan just wanted to exhibit his knowledge of Prussian blue.
Fucker. For everyone watching and listening, our fucking local chemical engineer knows of a chemical that apparently helps you if you've ever happened to have swallowed thallium or cesium. You just need some amount of Prussian blue.
It's supposed to, like, and taken in doses, knock the particle, like, it's supposed to absorb the particles as they enter.
None of us care.
Interesting. Anyways.
I care, Evan. I care.
I'm like, I look at the burn on my arm and I'm like, fuck. Wrap that shit up. The laser burn.
Alright, so yeah, your medicalness doesn't heal you or anyone else of any irradiation, but you guys are allowed to complain less about how much it hurts in the following hour.
Fantastic. I would
Gor'rak is not
attempt to
there.
first aid my arm as well, though.
Okay, yeah, you can't do that. One point healed on Damon.
I'll do the same to Lyra. I've got enough supply.
Hey, one of us shot somebody. I don't think that one of
You
us
cannot
was Lyra.
first aid Whatney's irradiation damage.
That's to Lyra.
Yep, so 2 points healed from Lyra. So when we get
That's
back to the main
probably
screen, you can
fair.
fix those. Oh, you can first aid Watney's incineration damage, though.
Please.
No.
I would.
Alright, as you guys spend like 5 minutes in there getting first aided, we're going to jump back to Gor'rak and Jack Daxter and Nikolai now in the airlock. You guys just hanging out and waiting again until you get the go-ahead?
Sure.
Oh, do you
3
guys think we
incineration
should do?
damage healed.
What do I think? I think I'm gonna continue to let you guys risk your life and limb and until we get off this rock. Station.
You hear
Okay,
it banging
well-
on the airlock, and you see Zaeden Cochran floating like just out on the other side, giving you a thumbs up.
All right.
He points at his lungs, and then he holds up a 2.
Huh?
We could let him in.
2 hour.
Yeah.
Draws a smiley face.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, like I don't see why you can't come out of this. Go to the bridge, let Zaeden in, then we all get in the bridge, and then we all go over to the ship.
All right,
I
you're
will-
not there.
I say
Jack
all of
and
that
Gor'rak,
over
you
the
have any
comm.
immediate reactions?
I thumbs up.
Yeah, sounds
That's
good.
my
then.
immediate reaction.
All right,
Once
then
first
he
aid is
pushes
done.
he pushes off the tube and outside of the station starts shifting over to the lab section to do recon over there.
Gor'rak
back
doesn't know
on the
where to
bridge.
go.
What is
Guys,
my-
finish up with medicalness.
Over the comm. So yeah, you guys got oxygen. You gonna come over here now?
I'm
Do
gonna
we
check
have
the
to?
rads in the area.
Yeah,
what?
I mean this is the way to get off the ship. So yes.
Checking the radiation in the area.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait on that.
There's minimal radiation on the bridge. Very heavy latent radiation in the main halls.
Yeah, I'd have to go through radiation.
Is it deradiating at all?
Start reducing the oxygen in his room till his ass gets knocked out, and
Yeah,
fucking
it-
carry him over.
That's not
Deradiating,
gonna
but-
work. I have a pill.
Oh damn it!
You flip through and you find a protocol that says always allow 24 hours before traveling through emergency irradiated areas.
All right.
We lived.
You managed to quick recalculate that must be the factor of safety of roughly 2, so maybe after 8 or 9 hours it should be good to pass through.
I have a feeling we don't really have 8 or 9 hours.
We don't, which is why you can't sit there.
Otherwise, you know that it would just be a constant rate per unit time spent, so if you're only exposed to it for like 10 seconds, you're not going to get that much.
I'm gonna do this cool thing
All
where
right,
I
I'm gonna start stretching my calves
begin
and get ready
swapping
to
the
sprint.
air from the guest hall and the main hall, interchanging them.
Interesting.
There is no air in the guest hall.
There's zero atmosphere at all.
Or is it just oxygen?
Just oxygen's gone.
Okay, yeah, so there is oxygen. It's very low pressure though. There's not much. You start doing that, radiation levels start depreciating. But Lyra looks up and says, like, we don't have the time. We're just gonna have to sprint through anything and not spend much time in the main halls anymore.
Well, do we begin heading towards the labs, I guess, and would explore that direction? Can't do much sitting here. I'll open up the lab security cams. Start flipping through.
We do assume that this guy that's okay, like I'm missing something, right? Because like this guy that is in there with Jack potentially can make this bridge ship be a ship.
No. He cannot.
He cannot. Okay.
All right, the VIP you're looking for is Herrero. You guys don't know where he is.
Okay, for some reason I thought the guy that was fucking in there was that. Okay. Thank you.
Now, yeah, the guy in the bridge with Jack in that airlock is a Horizon Group executive who could probably say some really great things about you guys if he gets out alive. Or just generally otherwise be an important contact, but he's of very little value in this situation.
Right. He's
If you
literally
could
a
persuade
VIP,
him
that's
that
it.
Rosa is a safe and efficient fuel source, maybe he might invest a few trillion into developing it further. Damian Darkfyre, you start going through some of the rooms. You see one that goes through the main hallway, looks generally clean, not much there. That goes towards the labs. You see one that looks down at the overview. You can see that the gardens that were previously infested are now completely re-infested back to the same level that they were previously through the window of the overview. You can see that there's somebody in a lab coat pacing back and forth without any rebreather. Like he just kind of paces from the center of the room, out of sight of the camera, and then back. You can see the dorms. A lot of the individual dorm rooms are clean. And then you see one of them where this guy's like tendrils are just grabbing onto him and he's backing up, and then one of the tendrils picks him up and pushes him up against the corner, and you hear his bones breaking from the force of it getting pushed up until the tendrils start erupting into his various orifices, and him screaming until he can't scream anymore. You see the still camera just pointed out of this empty chamber with a small catwalk going up to the contained vessel of the reactor. And a bunch of tendrils erupt from an air duct into the chamber and start happily lapping up all of the air in the room as they grow and start very rapidly permeating throughout the chamber. You see the med bay. All's quiet in the med bay. There's the previously seen Marine standing there in full combat armor by the door with his laser carbine. You see one of the two. There's 3 hospital beds, and the center one is enclosed and completely frosted. You see the back of an unrecognizable character facing away from you, and the front of a character in like a biohazard suit and a mask. Looks like he has surgical tools, with his arms going through slots in the chamber and operating robotic equipment to perform surgery. And on the further bed, you see somebody in a chamber that's not frosted. There's a slit going from like his thorax all the way down to his navel. His skin's been pulled apart like there's going through open heart surgery, and he's missing a lung.
Oh.
Missing a lung. Kind of like how those guys had lungs that let them not breathe for a while.
Well, this individual
this
you
is-
recognize as the Horizon Group executive that got previously abducted by the Marine.
Ah.
His skin's bright red, like sunburned, like you guys are. His eyes are open, but seem to have melted to the point where there's not a pupil anymore.
So he's just fucking toast.
But he's still alive. Like, he's moving. He seems to be, like,
Oh, God.
on meds. But, yeah, he's in there. He's just gone through severe rad poisoning. Just undergone open heart surgery. The most obvious organ that he's missing is his lung. He might be missing more. But it looks like it was a clean surgical removal. As you see the surgeon just continue operating on this frosted figure. The camera immediately starts cycle to pan to the right as you see that the individual on the other side of the frosted medbay is actually the lead researcher.
Doing the surgery?
No, he's witnessing the surgeon doing the surgery. Saying things like, you hear it like, you must not mess up. This man is our only hope. And then you hear a, surveillance warning, and with a laser blast, the camera feed goes offline.
Oh, that's fun. Should I attempt to contact them? And I look around the room. Okay, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah,
we'll try to
we've got
calm
access to the
the-
power right now. I mean, so we can help them out or not.
Not have access
Yeah.
to the power for
Or
everyone.
why did I say power? We can irradiate shit and do some things and whatnot. I mean, unless they're on a separate system, but
You could irradiate the dorms, and the hallways that kind of connect the various parts of the labs, but you cannot irradiate any of the lower floor of the labs, which you don't really see what any of the buildings even do. Any of the sectional labs, including the garden that you had looked at previous, the overview that controls all of these things that I'm listing, the med bay or the reactor room.
Sure, I guess I will
Gotcha.
go ahead and do that.
Go ahead and do what?
Attempt to contact them.
Yeah, so I guess at this point, Lyra would have borrowed the key card, swiped up the other thing, which you see has the sensors and communicators for this ship module, and you walk over, press a few buttons, and quickly sniff out their comms and call up what you would believe to be the head researcher. Hello?
This that researcher's name that we would have learned at some point?
I probably should have come up with it. Who wants to name them and get 2 days of experience?
Zaeden.
Zaeden?
That was fast.
Yeah.
Alright, sounds a lot like Zaeden, but we'll go with it. Yes, this is Dr. Jaden.
Zaeden, this is Darkfyre. We've made it to the bridge.
Oh, what are you doing there? You should be in your guest quarters sleeping.
Dead.
What?
I didn't hear whatever you said.
Dead.
Dead?
Dead.
Guest
Please
chambers is devoid of
disregard-
oxygen.
Please disregard all of the warnings. Again, you should be safe in your guest quarters. Wait there while we deal with a brief lapse in power.
Dude, there's Rosa in. What are you thinking, man? Where are you going over here? Get your shit together.
Well, stop being in go mode. Stop interfering with anything on the bridge, and allow my team to take control of the situation.
I just watched him
How
melt
come-
a dude.
Lean over on the mic. You've already lost control of the situation.
Yeah, Lyra looks over and goes, I've spent 20 years learning when men lie. He does not want us to make it off of this station.
Obviously.
Because this man is no longer a friend, which makes him our enemy.
All right. Good talking with you, Doc. And I hang up. Okay, we got about 3 seconds before he gets here.
He gets here with like his Marines full like super armor and shit
Yeah, that one.
that are radiation resistant.
That one.
Oh, okay.
Labs?
Fortunately, he also potentially
On the
has
camera
a key
view
card.
behind you, you hear a...
Oh, God.
As it's going past the overview and the Marine is pacing its way towards the airlock that Gor'rak and Jack are currently in. It'll take about a minute for him to get there.
Oh, it comes with. They're in the lab area?
Yeah.
The
We're in the
Marine
labs,
is
they're
going
locked.
through the lab area. You're seeing it well ahead of time on a camera feed.
Oh.
But I thought the medbay was above us of the cafe.
No, the med bay's way. I'll tab over to the other screen. Now that you've actually looked around here a little bit.
Am I supposed to be seeing something right now? Oh, there we go.
Alright, so the airlock comes over here. This is all the lab halls. So
Okay.
Jack, Gor'rak, and Nikolai have been down here for the last like 25 something fucking minutes. And generally the guest halls are this way. The main halls are this way. You guys are like down here right now dealing with shit in the bridge.
Gotcha.
And you see a camera feed, so the camera's here just kind of watching this. See a camera feed of this door opening, and
Okay, that's all terrifying. I think we need to get the hell out of here. I'll come to the guys in the airlock and say, move. Ow!
Gor'rak, you hear a desperate warning from Damian Darkfyre.
I hear a desperate warning.
Yeah, move now.
That gives me move now.
What do you do? Jack, you're there too. Nikolai looks up kind of concerned.
Wait. Does that mean the
Probably
pros are
tell them
back?
why, so
Did we
they
go into the labs?
Yeah, Nikolai leans over, presses the button on Jack's communicator. Move which way?
Marine coming from the labs.
Okay.
Bad times.
Oh.
I'm glad I was doing calisthenics and stretching out. Let's
That's
leave
good to
now.
specify. All right, we go. Gor'rak stands
Yeah,
up
he goes,
and starts leading the way.
we must hide! He turns, presses the button to open the door behind you. You guys feel the warm, sunny glow of gamma radiation bathing your fronts as
I'm
you
just
return.
sprinting.
And where are you seeing is a particular point of note here.
Bridge.
So as you go forward, see all of this stuff. There's a door that you can open next to stairs going up. Door you can open to stairs going down. You could go this way. You could go into this closet. You could go to the cafe. You cannot go into the barracks. Maybe you could hop over here and check out the kitchen. They're all kind of equally irradiated. You could go over here to the bridge if you wanted to.
Yeah, let's go to the bridge.
Right. Let's try the bridge.
All right, you guys go
Safety in
sprinting over to
numbers.
the bridge. Meanwhile, Everyone in the
Crazy.
brig sees the Marine open the door to get out of the lab section. It closes behind him and now starts proceeding down the very long hallway towards the airlock that the previous guys were just in. Lyra looks up at each of you and says, "You plan on ever going to that lab area, you gotta hide somewhere in the main section now."
All right, I'm going to look at the radiation sensors at the entire area, pick the least radiated zone, and I'm going to point to it.
It looks like it's on the lower floor.
We also can't give them access to the bridge.
Take the key card with you.
She goes, "We could wait in here and be safe, but we're not getting back onto the station, we're not getting onto the Matador, and this ship's not taking us anywhere. If you want to get past them, you're going to have to go around them. That hallway is not the place to do it." Say what?
Alright, let's fucking blast the controls and then get out of here.
You leave, I'll stay behind and eject the ship. Won't be able to deal with us at all.
Okay.
My vote.
Pray the radiation is not dead, or stay here with me. You have
My
5
vote is
seconds.
That Adrian and Lyra stay in the.
Alright, they stay here. Let's get the gun. Let's give them some oxygen shit. Let's get our oxygen shit.
And
let's
the
get that
door
fucking...
opens from the other side. You look up, you see Gor'rak, Jack, and Nikolai. As you guys meet up again for the first time. Alright,
I
she yells,
book it for
"Go,
the
go,
stairs.
go!" And
I book it for the
Oh,
stairs.
Gor'rak,
come
everyone
on.
looks over. You see on the camera feed the Marine is currently at the door to the airlock that you were just in and is opening that. You guys are
wanna go
sprinting to the stairs.
I want the upstairs.
Alright, you sprint around the corner, you get to this door, pop it open. It's a spiral staircase that goes up. There's another door at the top. You're going to wait in the stairwell, or you're going to go upstairs?
I'm gonna see.
Is
what
anyone
everyone
going
else
any
does.
other way?
No.
Downstairs, the least radiated area, doing it.
Alright,
least radiated area.
So some of you two go downstairs. Gor'rak, Nikolai, Jack all go upstairs. Lyra and Adrian are staying on the bridge. No sooner do the doors close behind you than you hear the of the suited man running right down the hallway between the two doors as you wait in the stairwells. Afraid to open the doors as the sound might alert him to your presence. As he goes, stands immediately between the two sets of doors. Continues down and around the corner. And you hear a hissing down the corner where he waits. And you get calls with a video feed from Lyra's communicator, showing the Marine just kind of running up to an airlock as both airlocks are closed. Running up, bashing the command and sliding a card to open up his side of the airlock. As Lyra smiles
Hit the eject.
and
Hit the eject.
presses the eject button, and the Marine, takes a shot, and then as he starts feeling the vacuum as the ship goes through eject protocol, presses the button again to rapidly close the door. As it slams, the vacuum pulls his arm in, and the door closes on his arm while all of the air starts getting slowly sucked out of the floor with his arm caught in it. But otherwise, the ship just starts slowly and casually drifting away from the station. Lyra presses a few controls and has maneuvering thrusters. Goes, "Well, I guess he's not a threat for now, but there's not going to be air on that floor for long."
Question: do I have automated control of that airlock?
This one that he's currently at, no.
With the X on it.
Correct. You do not have that one.
Okay.
You do have these ones.
Right. Let's go, fellas.
Yeah, you currently see the Marine just stuck here, like pulling his arm back out of the door as air's rushing past him. The fact that his arm is stuck is not only keeping the doors open, but is preventing him from being spaced. But there's a lot of air on this floor, and it's all getting spaced right now. Let's go, fellas. I'm guessing you guys pop out the door and start running towards the labs.
That's my plan.
And all 5 of you file in line, go sprinting down. You see in the video feed that the Marine gets alerted to your position, picks up with his other arm and laser rifle and points it at the hallway, but it seems to be his offhand as he starts loosing shots at you down this hallway as he goes sprinting by. None of them make any collision. Some of them are uncomfortably close, though. As the last one of you passes, you hear the incendiary grenade go off as and all of that goes up in a cone.
With all 0 oxygen in there?
Yeah, I mean, all the oxygen is just really rapidly making its way this way, and then you guys have the stair doors open, so it's leaking through the cracks, trying to go out this way as well now. But you get into this airlock and close the airlock behind you, as all 5 of you are now in this same airlock again, isolated from the chaos that just occurred in your wake, with literally one direction left to go, as at the end of your hour and a half here, the main floors have been Proza infested, napalmed, irradiated, vented, and spaced. So I have a list of horrible ways to die here. That's 5 of them.
Nice.
And no one is dead.
Yet.
Saving the best for last, Ray.
Can we go back to the character screen so we can add our first aid?
Alright.
So, did we pick up any rad amount from the environment there? Out?
Yeah, you just got another 60.
So did I get healed from that first aid?
Well, alright, hold up.
Fuck.
So, Darkfyre, Whatney, and Gor'rak each got another 40 from their initial search excursion. Jack and Gor'rak got another 10 from their sprint back to the doorways. And then if you got another 40 from having to wait a minute in the stairwell before you can make it out. So that's 80 for Darkfyre and Whatney, 90 for Gor'rak, and 50 for Dexter.
Whatney's in permanent pain forever.
Yeah,
this
is fucking sucking.
I didn't reach enough radiation exposure immediately to do immediate
None
damage.
of that is
but-
immediate. None of that does your immediate burn.
But I'm very close to cumulative damage, which is permanent.
Same with me and Whatney.
I think I'm fucking there.
I think I'm
I got
okay.
a 180 right now.
180 is a permanent -1.
So endurance?
Permanent. Yeah. Yep,
Whatever.
permanent -1 endurance.
Stem cells. I'll fix it.
Permanent.
You know, if we make it
Alright.
out of here, have a ticket with an inn with the Horizon Group.
Yeah?
And people had communicated that they have some very potent anti-rad IVs in the med bay.
Alright, well, I know where we're going.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Yeah,
Um,
I know what I'd really, really like right now.
Now,
You guys
Whatney,
see in the
add
camera
3
feed
to
as
your
you're
endurance.
discussing the Marine behind you. After everything got spaced, he picks up the carbine and just starts blasting the hinges of the doorway, and you see the door slowly starting to buckle outwards. Now that there's not a vacuum effect pushing away, so you only expect he's stuck there for a couple minutes.
Picks up his carbine?
He has his carbine he was shooting at you guys with. He has a separate
Okay.
carbine. And
Yeah,
you know,
because
with
I mean,
his
we
off
totally
arm-
took our carbine.
Yeah, no, you have yours. He has his. His arm's stuck in the doorway. He was trying to offhand shoot you guys as you ran by. He picks it up and he's like, pew, 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 like shooting the hinges to try to buckle the door open. See all of this just through Lyra's, pointing her vidcam on your Skype.
Kenny,
Yes?
was your radiation math right? Because I thought, because you said 10 then 40, right?
Yes.
But we took 20 each time we took the inhaler.
I'm saying additional since the last time we tracked it.
Right, so that means I should be at a total of 70, and they should be at a total of more than that.
no,
Yeah,
that's right for me.
I just said the amount you got since the last time that we tracked it. So
Okay.
since whatever you guys were at previously, which most of you were at 50, Whatney was at a bit more. In addition to that, Whatney and Darkfyre took 80, Gor'rak 90, and Jack 50.
Oh, okay, so they're at, 140 or something like that?
Something like that.
Gotcha.
Yep. I'm at 140.
Oof.
Getting close to
Whatney's
permanent
at
damage, man.
190 or something.
I'm at 180.
Ouch.
There is sadness.
And so rads are an additional resource now. Have fun.
Yeah.
You guys are in an airlock. There's still danger behind you. There's still danger in front of you. Where do you go?
Through the airlock.
To the bathroom.
Press the forward
the
button
med
for the first
bay.
time. You guys open this up and begin pacing over here through the scorch marks. There's no Brosa threat. You're at roughly regular oxygen levels, about half normal oxygen and 2/3 normal air pressure. You get to hear this door is closed. You can press a button to open it if you so choose.
How do you feel about killing a scientist, Whatney?
Fucking so much not caring with radiation right now. Anybody gives me any shit, it's like
Melted. Yeah. All right, medbay it is.
fucking any lip at all.
All right. So you guys line up in front of the door and press the button to open it.
If we pass any
Yep.
radiation guns, I'm gonna take it.
All right. Everyone make a dexterity saving throw. I guess it'd be athletics, acrobatics plus
Oh
dex.
god. Why?
I would not have thought we're standing in front of the door like, yeah, let's just open this door.
Yeah. No. I assumed competence is understood.
Okay.
Athletics, dexterity. Got it.
Finally! God.
Yes!
This isn't the beaten 8. This is just the lowest 2 people get shot. Jack, you
Oh,
there?
okay.
Oh, I gotta roll athletics. Oh, I'm getting
Yep.
shot.
Nikolai's got to roll too.
Athletics, dexterity. I'm just gonna double check once again that I have no training in that at all.
Oh shit! What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, Kenny? What is that? That can fuck off. No.
All right. You're
All
completely
right.
misinterpreting what that is. And then Nikolai.
That looks like a laser fucking gauze rifle to me.
Like a laser
Wow.
beam pistol.
I see
All right,
the
you
two
guys,
lowest
you open
rolls.
the door, the 2 doors, and you're all in varying degrees of cover, not right in front of the fucking door, but some guys half exposed as you press the button. You're not really expecting much on the other side. You see the scientist as the doors roll open that we're pacing back and forth has a beam pistol similar to the beam carbine that you're carrying. Not particularly well trained. Points it down the hallway and just sweeps it back and forth in a line. Beep! It has auto 4, so I assign these into 2 groups of 2, make 1 9 and 1 10. All of you react, so that's 1 8 and 1 9.
There's not 1 8 and 1 7.
I'll have him actually roll, I guess, too. Wow. Okay. You see him aim his beam pistol at each of you and go "bee" as all of you dive out of the way. Unless somebody had a shit initiative. For athletics. Look, it's just Jack. Like Jack's the
Yay.
last to dodge. And gets hit by a beam pistol for 9 points of damage. As he goes tearing through his upper arm before he rolls out of the way into cover. You guys are now
Beautiful.
pinned down, and every time one of you so much as breathes out into the opening, you just bing as the beam pistol just kind of blindly, not very accurately gets fired down your way. As you immediately break initiative because nobody can shoot anyone else. Here's the
Whatney,
thing
it's
for
gotta be
Jack
you.
to. So Jack is now down to 0 endurances, and his other 2 stats are fine. So yeah, half of you are on one side of the doorway, half of you are on the other. You're just looking at each other, waiting for somebody to make a tactical decision.
Got it. I'm gonna reach in my pocket, grab whatever I've got, loose object. Whatney, I'm whispering to Whatney. I'm gonna throw it. You're gonna shoot him. Sound good?
Sure.
I,
Bing! Captain, you roll out, make tech. Get -0 for range, +1 for the laser sight, -2 for it being super quick. And
Minus
you
1 to
hit
that,
with an
then.
effect of 1. Now are you full autoing or just taking a single shot?
Whatney's in don't give a fuck mode.
You could hold down the trigger and just dump the shit out of him back if you want.
That was kind of the plan.
Alright,
Go
roll
ahead.
an additional 2d6.
Okay, so it's 46 total.
Yeah, just roll
Plus
2 more
one.
d6. Yeah, the ones track separately. You
Oh, yeah.
I'm confused, but sure, that.
He
Alright,
hadn't
well,
rolled
alright,
2d6
I'm
yet,
gonna
so.
use your 3 and your 6. You already rolled 2d6. So you have the gun has an auto value of 4, so you just roll 4 dice. You got a 6,
Okay.
a 2, a 3, and a 6. You assign them into pairs however you want, and
Well,
those are separate attacks, each individually doing damage.
His 6 and his 2 was his attack roll, not his damage roll. That's why he was confused.
Correct. Now, so your attack roll dice are 6, 6, 3, 2. Now, I'd recommend you assign that into one attack of 6, 6, and one attack of 2.
I'm actually confused.
Yeah, I don't know what the
Alright.
fuck's happening anymore.
Yeah, no, Kenny is
Guns
taking
that have
the
full auto value.
hit roll, and he's using it in place of damage for whatever reason.
None of this is damage at fucking all. We have not gotten there all yet. We're still on attack. How auto weapons work, they have an auto value. This
Okay.
gun's auto value, the fact that it goes B, is 4. Which means instead of rolling 2 dice, when you full auto, you roll 4 dice.
Okay.
Now, ignore every fucking modifier. You have 4 dice. You roll all 4. You got a 6, a 6, 3, and a 2. Because I'm keeping the 2 from your initial roll and the first 2 of your roll 46.
Okay.
6, 6, 3,
gotcha.
2. Now,
Got
you
it.
can put those into 2 pairs however the fuck you want.
Really?
They could be at the same target, at 2 separate targets.
Okay.
Assign those dice. Then we'll go to the next step. You have a 6, a 6,
Okay.
a 3, and a 2.
So I'm gonna make
Two
one a
pairs.
6, 6 and another one a 3, 2.
All right. Now, each of those individually gets your mod on the attack roll, which was a net +1 after all mods
One.
included. So one is a
Okay.
13, and one is a 6. The 6 misses, the 13 hits with an effect of 5. We now go to damage.
Yep.
The carbine's damage against an unarmored target is 2d6 plus 3. When doing full auto like this, you hit with an effect of 5, so it's 2d6 plus 8.
Oh. Okay. So
So it's 17 damage on this guy as the beam goes right through his midsection, and you see, like, with an angle, his top section just kind of slides down and decouples onto the ground, and his legs stay stiff for about another second or two before they just turn and fall over as well. Pistol goes clattering out of his across the section a little bit. Now that we've done with that rule section in an awesome combat scene that lasted 1 attack, fun when you have super sci-fi weapons and no armor
It made a
whatsoever.
fuck ton more sense after you actually explained what you were doing.
yeah, I
No.
didn't realize that's how auto worked. Hadn't used it yet.
Right.
All right.
My bad.
So
So,
that's why you were rolling
Now everyone knows who.
shit tons of die before.
Yeah. So when Gor'rak has a fucking ACR with an auto value of 6, he could just roll 6 dice and then, like, oh, I got 2 6s. That's a 12. 5 and a 4. That's a 7. Or you could assign them so that all of them are neutral numbers and, like,
User
well, my 7
disconnected
plus
from your
1 hits,
channel.
my 6 plus 1 misses, and my 9 plus 1 hits. However you see it.
Okay.
We just lost a Brendan.
Oh
Looks
yeah,
like
I
he's
can tell
frozen
that.
too.
Looks like he's a back.
He'll be back in a second.
User joined your channel.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, combat's over.
I'll peek around the corner.
Peek around the corner. You see the bottom part, the end part of the animation of this guy's torso, with a moist slurping sound goes sliding down the angle of his top half, pattering on the floor as the gun goes clicketing away from him. And then his knees buckle, hit the ground, and then his waist falls forward into the final motion.
My eyes are on that clicketing gun.
Oh, it's only like 50 feet away from you.
I quickly look around the rest of the room for other
You
scientists holding
see-
laser weapons.
You see there's this opening that he was standing near, which goes to the overview. Some of the terminals seem to have been blasted by the beam laser. The fused closed like nobody's ever going through here again, door to the closet on your right. And then 2 airlocks with same terminals that are currently red. Going, you know that one goes down to the gardens. The other, you would assume from layouts, would go over to the med bay.
Got it. Anywhere for the crazy scientist to hide.
Around the corner in the overview is completely out of your sight.
But I have to be inside of that to access the laser gun.
Hey, what?
Can I safely get the laser gun without exposing myself?
No, the laser gun's sitting like right here. So if somebody were for some reason sitting right here with another laser pistol, they would totally have the drop on you, which you recognize technically from looking at the situation.
Then I will proceed to.
All right, there. All right, you pace up that way. Anyone else following? Nikolai nervously filters along the other side of the wall.
Cautiously.
All right, Gor'rak follows suit, and Whatney, what are you up to? Only one with the gun.
I'm gonna follow Darkfyre and do Overwatch for everybody. So I'll like position myself first, and anybody does movements that I'm always covering them.
Okay,
Just as
so
we
that's the
move.
definition of recon. Darkfyre, you can roll investigate to get a attentive listening into the overview area there.
I don't remember where I fits in the.
Would actually be ground tactics.
Yeah, Wani, you could roll ground tact and benefit any of the associated rolls.
Although my friend Gor'rak is the primary ground tactician.
Oh yeah.
Gor'rak is.
Any of you can start barking orders, only one person, and then you get an effect. You can give that effect to somebody else's role in a militaristic sense. Damian Darkfyre, you hear stillness in the overview. You don't think anyone else in there.
I will do the same trick as before. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Your video cut out. I will slide something along the floor.
Nothing happens.
Um,
I'm imagining it's one of those oxygen pills each time.
it's kind of my
Got a little
idea.
bottle.
Yeah. Exactly my idea, actually. So then I will slowly. No, I not slowly. I'll quickly peek my head around the corner and back in.
All right, nothing happens. The gun's just sitting there, just out of your reach. You can just lean out and grab it.
So my intention is to peek my head this way, looking this way.
Yep, you don't see anything else around the room.
All right, I'm gonna.
Wani's
Gor'rak.
covering you. Gor'rak's barking orders.
Ineffectively, but I'm trying.
Yeah, if I go down, tell my wife I love her. And I
Okay.
Oh,
over the
very
pillow and
good
come back.
barking sound though.
Yeah, we've had the dice cover it as well as your character is capable of. All that's left is to risk it.
Yep.
So you lean out, you grab the gun. The gun is in your hand.
Whew, back in. Heart pounding, breathing heavy. One on the brow. I look back at the rest of the group. To the med bay.
You want to explore the overview?
No, I think we want to go to the med bay.
So I'm gonna have to get
there's
to.
so much fun in there, though.
I'm gonna have to get to here. To there. Anyways. So I
Yep.
could look into the med.
So the med bay door is actually on the other side of this locked wire. Oh, I got the ruler tool. So you guys line up here. You can swipe the key card and open this door and go through it. But the med bay door is over here. There's no windows along. There's no windows here. You don't know about the rest of it.
How do you see into the med bay?
You actually have no method of knowing that this is the med bay other than trying to like, you know where the cameras are and you can just perceive that
Process
that's
of
where it is.
elimination. That must be the med bay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Overview didn't have any access to it, like on a higher level or something.
Okay, so yeah, you look in, the overview still has all of its various computer terminals. A lot of the lights seem to be on, the chairs sit in front of them. There just seemed like there was this one guy that was kind of posted as a guard. But otherwise, all of the various holograms and LEDs in the overview are just
Well, that
sitting there
wasn't a
ready to
head
go.
scientist.
No, not at all.
Oh,
That was just
disappointing.
some scientist.
Okay. Then yeah, I guess in lieu of knowing exactly how to get into the med bay, or that would really be the med bay, I'd probably go check out the overview first.
All right. You walk into the overview, and you can see into each of these sectional labs that you saw previously. So here's the garden. You guys took a tour through here earlier. That was a lot of fun. Here's the prosarium, kind of like the terrarium. That's where they have all of the isolated cages with various control samples of Prosa that they did the demonstration with the water and the oxygen and the rat. Here's the general chemistry lab and then an environmental chamber. All of them are separated by an airlock from each other. And as you look forward, you see some interesting things. One, the garden looks exactly like it did before, completely overrun with Prosa. So does the gene lab over here. A lot of the equipment's broken open and busted, and there's a lot of corpses and bodies just kind of pinned to the wall as more Prosa's growing out of them. But as you look into the prosarium, you look down, you see about 7 or 8 scientists just kind of sitting there huddled with a bottle of pills in the middle and a single beam pistol in the middle of their circle. As they look on the glass walls on either side and they see the Prosa just growing up against the wall, and you realizing they have no way out. And similar effect, there's 2 or 3 in the environmental chamber over here. But you see there's a door that goes to the stairs. They're both leaning up against the door just in case something tried to push it open, they'd be able to push it back. In front of
hiding
each
in the environmental
sectional...
chamber?
Say what?
They're hiding in the environmental chamber?
No, they're in there already, leaning up against the door. Like, so all of the sectionals are a floor below the overview.
Right.
Similar, all three of this have 3 floors. The top floor here you'd believe to be the dorms. The mid floor is just the med bay, this closet, and this overview. And then there's stairs down here and stairs down here to the lab sectionals.
Oh, okay.
The lab sectionals, even, you can barely see it. There's a line here. They go under the overview, and there's like a glass floor here. You can look down into them slightly. But so everything out, so like this is terminals and stuff here, and this is just like an angled glass section to look down into each of the labs from this control room. There's a terminal. There's 2 like master terminals, but then there's a control terminal pointed out to each of these sectionals, which you had looked at previously. And their controls look to be still operable. I find the notes that make sense of any of it. Yeah, you probably walk up like the prosarium where you see the 7 people in a circle, just scientists, just sitting like shivering from realizing how fucked they are. And that control terminal, anyone else who wants to pace in there, it seems like a 0 threat environment. It has 5 sliders. 1 labeled L, 1 G, 1 P, 1 O2, and 1 T. With some more descriptions, I can help to clarify that. And then the safety case with 4 buttons under it, 1 with a radioactivity symbol. You recognize this one because you pressed it earlier. Below that looks to be some like fireball symbol. In the other corner, there's like water coming from the ceiling symbol. And then below that is the same symbol that Gor'rak had seen earlier on the ship. So Gor'rak, you walk up and you see the ejection.
Ooh.
The 5 sliders with appropriate labels. The one labeled L goes from dark at the bottom to light on the top. The one labeled G is just fat at the bottom and it's angled and it's thinner at the top. At the top, sorry, that in reverse. The top, there's like a hazard portion. The one labeled P is a general slider and there's a portion at the bottom. O2 is kind of obvious. There's a hazardous area at the top and the bottom, and the one labeled T goes from blue to red. And there's a hazardous area on both of those as well.
With the prosarium, is there a entrance to it anywhere?
There what?
Like, how do you get into it?
There's an airlock on both sides. So you can come from the gene lab or the garden.
Okay. Gotcha. And the prosarium has like individual contained units of prosa.
Yes. And then a master, the radiation emitters just on the ceiling and stuff.
Right. So they must have been in the garden/gene lab and ran over to the prosarium side.
Where they're currently completely safe and isolated.
Right, but they have no way to get out.
Correct.
So why didn't other scientists irradiate the gene lab?
He was there guarding stuff. You want to ask him?
And his torso's still intact next to you.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Do you have any level of livingness anymore?
Maybe if you hooked him up to some fancy stuff in the med bay.
I'm gonna take
him
his
a lower body transplant. All right, you take his key card.
And I'm gonna scoff at him.
Anybody else want to look around or investigate things?
I'll irradiate the gene lab.
Okay, you press the emergency button and and the whole thing gets flooded with the radiation and all of the prosa starts turning into dust and crumbling away.
Cool.
Then the button disables and it starts a 24-hour timer and it starts taking down.
Now I want to
Do not
space
enter
the room.
until for the gene lab.
Yep.
All right, you press the eject button and it flashes again. It says, "Are you sure?" Rotate 180 degrees and press again if yes.
Are we talking
and-
eject? Or are we talking open airlock?
You see various ramps on the ceiling that connect it to the actual chassis of the ship start
So it's
disengaging.
modular.
Yes.
I want to open an airlock.
Yeah, they're called the lab sectionals. Yeah, so there's no button to open an airlock, but you see that there's a 2 sliders, one labeled P and one labeled O2.
Okay, I drop them both to nothing.
So yeah, you drop them both to nothing, and much exactly as you expect. There's the vents just open and all of the air floods out.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
So some of the air gets rerouted and gets incinerated and goes again and gets spaced anyways.
Yeah. Okay. So now it's a vacuum in there, basically.
Yep.
Cool. What's going on in the environmental chamber? Just some dudes and some pistols?
Yeah, just 2 guys, no weapons. They're leaning up against the door that doesn't look to be particularly secure.
So they're barricading themselves in the environmental chamber.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. I'll come over to the Prosa room, the Prosarium.
Well, at this point, after you've done all that, they're like looking up at you through the glass, rather confused as well. All 7 of them making different hand gestures to try to communicate. Yeah, you press the button and you loudspeaker into there. It doesn't seem like there's 2-way comms.
Right. Hey, fellas. This is Damian Darkfyre. How do you feel about living? Thumbs up?
About 7 thumbs up.
7 thumbs up. Not 14 thumbs up. Surprised.
Hmm.
The room next to you has been irradiated and spaced. I can either open the doors and allow you to come through to the environmental chamber, where you got to hold your breath to get through. Hopefully you've taken some oxygen pills or have some in there. Then you can meet up your couple buddies in the environmental chamber. Your lead scientist has left you for dead. What do I call him? Zaeden. Dr. Zaeden has left you for dead. Come with us if you'd like to live. Do I have a unanimous 14 thumbs up?
Yep. One of them picks up the pistol and moves it behind his back, so you only got 13.
Behind his back?
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, you have 6 2 thumbs up and 1 of these.
You can't keep the pistol. Open the door to the gene lab.
I'm gonna go
Right,
and
and,
position myself to fire at anybody if they do anything funky.
There's no direct connection here to there. You might be able to shoot through the glass. I don't know how reflective or strong it is.
Well, I mean, like if they come out, like the place
talking
they're
like-
coming out.
Yeah,
Like,
gotcha.
he's gonna be here.
If they came all the way through, they would come out the way. So yeah, you can just get. Yeah,
Yeah,
you'd be able
I'm
to
just
kill
gonna cover
literally
that
100
line
of-
and be in cover.
Yeah. The weapon you have, you could just hold it down and kill everybody as they came through.
Yeah,
Right.
the weapons are powerful enough that we can't fuck around. That they might have one concealed.
God, I love this sci-fi weapon and 0 armor scenario.
Dude.
Oh, I'm aware of 0 armor. It's been a consistent theme.
All right, but it's not just like little dick shooters anymore. We're talking like the big guns. All right. So yeah, they all funnel up against the door and then sprint through the gene lab, holding their breath into the environmental chamber and slam the airlock behind them.
Did the environmental chamber guys have a pistol before?
You would never seen. They might not. If they did, it's like under the clubs. They're not carrying it or anything.
All right, fellas. So you recognize that you're not going to get eaten by Prosa now, right? Nods, maybe.
Couple nods.
Now, I can't let you out of there yet. Not sure if you're going to try to kill us all. Frankly, I don't trust your boss.
Bunch of different gestures coming back at you.
They look like this.
Yeah,
Hey,
some
man.
of them are going like this. Some of them are going like this. Some of them are like this. Some are like drawing shapes, mouthing words.
So, my friend here, if he has to, murder all of you. He doesn't want to. Push comes to shove, it's gonna happen. So, let's all be cool.
Gor'rak nods silently.
Cool? Alright. Who knows how to get into the med? Raise their hand.
One of them raises their hand and points up at you guys. The rest of them
I will
just kind
turn
of
around
look.
and make sure no one's going to stab me in the throat.
Yeah, you turn around and all you see is the severed body of the guy that you had just held up there.
Thumb over the shoulder. Him? He was the guy?
As they nod fervently.
Well, he should have been shooting at us. More importantly, none of you know how to get in or have access to?
One or two arms point back up in there. At Lyra's video, you see the Marines blown one of the doors off the hinges, wrenches his arm free, and start storming off out of sight towards the lab area.
Good call. All right, let's do this. So I will go ahead and engage the manual lock in the environmental chambers to seal it. Just to be sure.
Do it.
Are there any camera feeds in right here?
Good choice.
All right, so you engage the manual lock in the environmental chamber. The two people stop leaning up against it. There's just a single door, not really an airlock, but yeah, it's one of those airlock style doors right there and right here.
Okay. Can I see through it?
Cannot see through it.
Any cameras in this area?
There's a camera here, and yeah, there's a camera just pointed back this way. You can see this door. You can see the stairs up and down, and then the other side of the block.
Okay.
As you're tabbing through the cameras as well, you can see Croza Creep rapidly making its way this way
Are there any
from
airlocks?
the guest halls.
here that I can
The
shut?
airlock back here they're both open and they've already been penetrated.
Okay. I seal this door.
Okay. You can't do that remotely, but you just walk over and press the button and it closes.
Walk over and press that button.
Yep.
So from video feed, there's no one in here. I'll go ahead and then open the bay door after I shut this one.
All right. During all of this, like 50 minutes, Whatney, Gor'rak, what are you guys up to other than just witnessing the scene as Darkfyre kind of takes control?
Holding down the hallway. Never know what's going to go through that door.
All right. So you're just squat, eyes trained, gun sight.
Yep. Sitting there, feeling the tingling burn of my radiation tanned skin. The second layer of
You're looking so orange. I think you're gonna
Sorry,
start
I'm just-
building a wall.
I'm just really pushing to close this out before tonight.
I give Whatney a good pat on the back, really hard with an open palm. You got this, buddy.
All right. Well, so you're all there, it's still for like 10 seconds, and then you hear just you hear a on the other side of the door down here. And as you're tabbing through camera, you see the camera that's here and points this way. As just a cone of fire erupts. There's Proza tendrils that had grown up and were lapping up against the door. And a napalm grenade comes out and just incinerates down the whole hallway, frying a lot of them as it slowly starts trying to recover. Before that camera feed goes out as the napalm burns up to it as well. And then a thunk, thunk, pew, 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 pew. And you see like laser dent marks appearing on the other, trying to break through this door as well.
Hopefully by now I'm in here.
Yeah, alright, so you guys come here, this door, you go here. There's a regular door here. Just, like, grab the handle and open it.
I'm gonna shut this one behind us.
Okay.
Whatney, would you like to do the honors?
And all 5 of you guys file in here.
Yep.
Agreed?
Let's do it.
And you open the medbay door, and you see the previously described medbay. We got 3 beds kind of lined up here. Some more general medical equipment here. Cupboards, like there's a sink and a wash station out this way. Cupboards full of equipment, all this. And this is very high-tech, the 3 hospital beds. You see the one guy who'd been the donor here, the recipient in the cryotube here, surgeon still operating away, and Zaeden, Professor Dr. Zaeden, looks up, smirks at you until Captain Whatney takes a step in, carbine in sight, and the smirk slowly fades as both of his hands go up.
The
I have no
smile
patience
Told
with
you
slowly
that.
to
spreads
not be
on my
trifling.
lips.
Can Gor'rak
What
punch him?
You want to charge forward and punch him? What did Whatney say?
Smile slowly forms on my lips. Keep your hands in the air. Don't make any sudden movements. And if I see you reaching for anything, I'm going to incinerate you. This is the I don't give a fuck look on my face. I will not hesitate. And you.
The surgeon with the opaque face mask briefly looks over his shoulder, frozen, and then looks back at what he's doing and continues operating.
Keep
While
operating,
the-
Doctor. You haven't got time to spare as I step into the room.
Yeah, as the lead researcher has got his hands in the air and goes like this. So just what would be your intentions?
Gor'rak punched him in the face with the shock fist yet?
Well, no, I actually ask out loud in game. Can Gor'rak punch him in the face?
Oh.
Go for it. I think he's rightly deserving at this point.
All right.
Correct.
I
Is that
start.
exactly what you do?
I start walking towards him and my neck both ways.
This you don't understand. This man is the only hope for the future. The pros are. And you get in ranks if you go for it.
I'll look back at Evan. Or
The
Dr.
future
Darkfyre.
of mankind. The whole Third Imperium will die
Call
if we are
down your
stuck
Marine.
on such menial food supply. Say what?
Call down your Marine, I interrupted.
Because that is not my Marine.
Why is he after me then?
His prime directive is to preserve the life of this man, as he points into the cryo chamber.
That's why we're in this room.
Perhaps you will listen, but I will need to be on the other side of you, or it will not go well for you.
Gor'rak, let's see if he's got any weapons. Everyone else, come on in.
All right. I aggressively grab him and pull him against the wall and start checking him for weapons.
And he has a beam pistol in his back pocket.
Ooh, Gor'rak found a toy. I take the beam pistol.
Ooh, yeah, good choice. Check all those turds.
How about a key card?
Good question.
Yep.
Key card.
Yeah, he has like the Ultra Master key card to the whole lab area.
We'll take
Radiation gun?
this.
He does have the radiation gun. Keep in mind, it's not a very powerful one. It's more like a medical instrument.
Right.
I also take that. Anything else, Dr. Darkfyre?
There's enough radiation guns for all of you in the medbay here.
Good. I pull him off of the wall and I shove him towards Darkfyre and Whatney. Okay.
All right. Now,
Talk.
Jade, we have some options here. Wait here until Toraro is healed and our ship, and I'll be on our merry way. Take Data with you, perhaps, back to the academy. Case. Regardless, I'm not sure this station can be recovered.
Because this station is the only hope. And at this point, Nikolai, who has a radiation gun, just points it from like 3 feet away and blasts him in the eyes as he falls to his knees in pain. Because we do not have time for negotiations. Comrades, please start making demands. And then you hear the beep 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 of lasers coming in on this door now.
You know, Nikolai, you're right. Now, assume that I, for some reason, have communicator access to a loudspeaker in this room.
You can calm various places, yes.
Marine, Toraro is safe. Need to get him to his ship. Here to help you.
Just extermination orders incomplete. Beep 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 beep.
Who
Must
gave you
protect
the orders?
surgeon. Say what?
Ask over the comms, who initiated.
Professor Dr. Zaeden, on behalf of Torero in lethal condition, must acquire, protect, and preserve donors. Genetic matches will be identified.
Dr. Zaeden. I know you're screaming.
Yeah,
Now call him up.
that stops pretty quickly. He starts pacing forward to the door. Goes outside the door right when you hear pew, and this door just gets ricocheted, tangering off the walls as the Marine standing there with, caked on, just fried prosa. He's been gone through all of the hell that the main rooms had put him through in a completely enclosed environmental, like, powered combat armor suit. With just the fully souped up still grenades to go laser carbine, points it forward at the doctor. The doctor's like, the operation is going well. The donor was a match. And the Marine, he kind of like paces forward and goes, brushes, shoves him to the wall where you hear a thud and a crack as he gets flung against it and walks up to the doorway and is standing there blocking the doorway with all of you trapped inside. He lifts the gun and points it at each of you, and you can see something on the HUD rotating through positions. Then walks over to the surgical bay and looks down at the med terminal and goes, "Donor protocol disabled. Resuming extermination protocol." And turns around and walks out of the room.
I was like, what? Okay. That's better. Right.
Walks up to these doors here. And swipes the terminal. The ones that go up, not the ones that go down.
Okay. I was like, oh god.
Okay.
Swipes the terminal, door opens, and you see 3 large tendrils reach out, grab him, and pull him into the room.
Holy shit.
Damn it!
What do all
Close.
of you do? So Darkfyre, quick break
Cthulhu,
forward.
thank you.
You see him fire a grenade like straight down as napalm erupts in a similar situation that Whatney. If you're willing to sprint briefly into the flames to hit the button, I'll just
Napalm
roll
into the ground.
reduced amount of damage.
I'm hoping it was going to be like a cool thing where he...
Am I willing to
like,
into the flames and
the
hit the
door
button?
does this just as the napalm comes out, and it's like, poof, and like a little floof of napalm comes out.
Yeah. So exactly as you described, it's super cool as you run up and get that, and the napalm just comes bursting out and like sears and incinerates your shins as you made the heroic sacrifice.
Ow. Alright, I'll do it. No, I'm in the med bay at least.
That's true. Right?
And then you hear the sound of the laser fight continuing on the other side.
So I get blasted, I'm like, and fall backwards, put out the fire on my shins somehow, probably have to lose the pants.
Stop,
exactly
drop,
that.
roll.
And I'm like,
pants are coming off, now got Dr. Underpants here.
Yep. I crawl into the med bay and I like hop in one of the beds. I'm like,
alright,
Whatney.
and he starts performing first again. So we got Whatney and Gor'rak now with Jack, Nikolai, the head researcher, the surgeon, and presumably frozen Torero, and the other Horizon Group executive who seems to have given a lung.
Excellent.
Right, so both of that's healed back over the course of the next couple of minutes here, Doctor.
So once I can walk again, we'll start hooking
Alright.
Whatney and Gor'rak
We're
up to the
looking
IVs.
over to Whatney and Gor'rak right now as you're
Cool.
occupied for a bit.
Perfect.
We're gonna let them
I like
talk ever. Whatney and Gor'rak, any words, thoughts to anybody here?
Shouldn't play God. You
Gor'rak
should
is
build in more
disappointed.
safeties if you do this again.
Wait, again?
If they ever
No.
survive to do it again. I mean, fucking, they're scientists. They're gonna fuck around and try more shit.
Scientists go do other stuff. Do this again.
Yeah, you shouldn't do it again.
The surgeon calls out and goes, "Can you two come here? I cannot look away."
Fuck your radiation.
Gor'rak
Yes.
walks up. Yes.
Yeah?
There's a good chance any of you are irradiated. Unless you have been
I'm
very
aware.
diligent the entire time. Not only irradiated, but infested, and it might lie dormant or studies are non-conclusive. If you are fortunate, more fortunate than I am operating upon, I do not know if this operation will even be able to save his life. But the guest halls are gone, the main halls, and most of the lab. I am but a surgeon, and this project is a dismal failure. Cannot allow any of this make it out. This will only happen in the greater and greater extent. I do not have the time to check to see if you are all clean, but you must assure me that this Botana Station cannot maintain its operations. Take Torero in moments when I am done and eradicate this.
Blow up the station.
I
Gor'rak can
cannot.
do that.
Don't chance anyone who is outside of this room.
Gor'rak understands.
The lead researcher would not agree. Yeah, he's kind of like singing in a tone so that like only the two of you can hear. Like, leave the men in the labs, leave him, leave the Marine. We are the only ones we know to be safe, and I cannot even say that for each of you. But take the command module. Terrero will be with us. We can get to the Matador and find some way to end all of this.
We will try. We will try.
No sooner does he say that than you hear a large airlock coupling disengage from outside the door.
Oh,
Damon,
chamber?
well, if you hop out here, you actually look and see that this, a less transparent airlock, but there's windows next to it. The enormous 80-foot in diameter drone, water, and oxygen ship must have hit its standard time and just. And
It's one giant ship.
This is one big ball.
Oh, I thought it was
fucking
little
hollow.
ship.
Say what?
I thought it was just a bunch of little ship showed up there.
No, this is one 80-foot in diameter ball with like 3 thrusters on the back, and it is now accelerating slowly away from the ship. The whole station.
That's cool.
It takes off and starts going. And then you can see the various tendrils growing out from its exhaust ports get exposed to solar radiation and start to die and fall off.
Tendrils growing out of the exhaust ports of the ship?
Of the ship full of some amount of water, yes.
Going to the planet full of air and water! Trollolololo.
Well, the prosa will live on.
Little out of our hands now.
Whoops! Oh, come on, that thing doesn't have a self-destruct for this exact eventuality. Oh, it's gotta.
So I will huddle over to the various racks of IVs now and find the.
Yeah, you see Zeke is just on the other side of it, Zaeden. And he feeds his camera view to you, showing that in the same detail that you guys do. And then it pans over to the left where there's a maintenance port that had connected it to various portions on other ships. And in similar fashion, just an immense amount of prosa was growing out through the entirety of the maintenance shafts into that drone ship.
Oh.
And its tendrils start falling apart and drying out.
Lovely.
And he goes, Lyra? Guys? Because we might want to accelerate plans here. Also 1 hour.
Does that airlock fit the airlock for the command module?
Yes.
How about the Matador? Not right.
It does not fit the Matador. But the surgeon pulls his hands out of the thing and presses a button. You can see the whole chamber starts defrosting. Goes, in 15 minutes we'll be ready to go. I hope you have something planned by then. The reactor's at the other end of the halls.
I'm gonna thumb over to the other guy. Cut him.
You cut out there. I guess I'd thumb over to the other guy. Cut him.
What about him? Is he gonna make?
Because perhaps with maybe he was exposed to the same prosa and radiation as you were. You want to chance it? All it takes is one mistake on who we take with us, and we're all dead.
He's Nikolai's buddy. What do you say?
Nikolai looks over and is. How you will not live long without a lung unless someone is willing to donate. We'll be in a rush back to Vox Carthus.
My vote is no. Very good. Whatney, coordinate having the command module hook up with the airlock here. Doc, let's get Ferraro onto the command module with everybody else. It's a little cramped. I think we can manage. Zaeden. Here's some, I don't know, some of the, what are they called?
Alright, yeah, Zaeden says,
Credentials.
alright, me and Lyra will handle getting the command module over here. Sounds like we have 15 minutes. Yeah, the drones are gonna keep coming and going as long as the station remains.
Yeah, that's right.
Even if we take them all out, this will just be a floating husk, you know, a grave that'll be rediscovered someday.
Right. I'll go see if I can blow up the reactor.
Yeah, and we need to destroy it before more drones come with more materials too.
Can we self-destruct that drone? Somebody else get on that. I'm gonna go after the reactor.
Yeah, I'll try to
Lyra
search
Lyra comes over. No, it's completely isolated, a fully autonomous system.
Going to the water planet.
We'll get to the Matador and figure it out there. It'll be days until it arrives on target.
Cool. We'll make it happen.
Okay.
All right. Reactor programming.
Alright, so the crew of the three of you with nothing to actively do on this side will proceed over to the reactor area.
I guess. Yeah.
Alright, you get to here, you see that this door has been slowly bulged outward, and through the laser holes that had been blasted through it are now slow, small, slithering tendrils of Prosa pulling up on the floor here and gradually making their way across this hallway.
Keep an eye on that.
As you proceed over to this side, you get right over here. There's another happy one of your radiation showers. The garden is still the utmost of completely fucking infected. And there's another opaque airlock, transparent airlock here, behind an opaque door. Open the opaque door, and as the squad of you three make it here, there's a transparent airlock door on this side. And as you get to here, this transparent door you look through, and it is all but completely covered. This puts the garden to shame. It is a jungle of Prosa growing up and down every inch of the walls, the ground, intertangling from the outside of this chamber back and forth with itself. And you just see this narrow industrial catwalk, maybe 5 feet in diameter, where every single bar is completely laced in tendrils of Prosa. And there's a transparent door on the other side here, where you see the glowing coolant core of the reactor and an array of computer terminals. All of the panels blue, ready to go. And there is a red maglock on the other side of this thing. So all you got to do is go across 40 feet of the most Prosa you've ever seen. And then swipe the proper keycard to get in.
Oh, dear God. Lyra, there doesn't happen to be a remote control for that reactor on the bridge, does it? Locked or not?
I'm actually completely disconnected from any controls of the station until I redock. At the command module location, it seems, but it's hard to say for certain.
Well, I'm not going in there. Anyone else willing to volunteer?
Can we flush the place with radiation?
Nikolai,
Probably from in there.
and Nikolai speaks up and goes, there weren't any in the overview. Perhaps if we flood the garden, it'll start trickling in.
Worth a shot. All right.
Alright, and he runs back up and presses the button. As you look to your left into the garden, you see that whole thing start just within a minute gets fried. But as you look out into the hollow here, you know, some radiation must be leaking through this maintenance shaft because they start dying here and slowly later here. As Nikolai yells out, like, you know, our escape time is limited. The Prosa is growing across the ground floor this way.
I'm not running in there, but I will be shooting the shit out of that Prosa with my frickin' beam carbine. As some time.
You want to try to find a hero in the environmental chamber?
Yeah, you're gonna run back up here and just start emptying shots on them to hold them at bay, Whatney?
I think that's what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, we need to keep our options open if we got to go back over there.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely stall them for quite a bit of time,
Lyra,
especially with the 2 incendiary grenades left.
what kind of weaponry did the Matador?
What?
What kind of ship-to-ship weaponry did the Matador?
I mean, I didn't get a full check, but none at all. It's a luxury yacht. Literally zero. No missiles, no blitz.
Oh my god, who planned this?
Okay.
Worst corrupt executives ever.
Options include finding a hero, sacrificing one of ourselves, or attempting to somehow rig up an explosive that will hit the core remotely.
You cut out there. Finding a hero, explosives, or rig up the core. And then Lyric's response. Sounds like we do need a hero.
It was really
I'll
nice
be docking in a
knowing
minute.
you, Gor'rak. Gonna miss
What?
you, buddy.
Well, you just volunteered Gor'rak to do it?
No, you volunteered to do it. Do you remember? You just did it like 5 seconds ago.
I'm going to run back up to the overview.
Gor'rak takes another
Anyone
look
want to
down
save
the
a bunch of
hallway.
lives?
All right, so it's just Jack and Gor'rak standing the end of this catwalk here, as everyone else has run up and is doing stuff up here. So Damon comes all the way back over here. Oh, you're loudspeakering down to them.
Yeah.
A couple thumbs up, a couple curious looks. You just the lasers going nonstop behind you.
I'm going to say, well, there's a little bit of pros out here. I don't want to let y'all out just in case. Whoever wants to be the man.
Yeah, what one person raises his hand, and then another, and then a guy behind him, movie style.
Right.
Whatney's still unloading shots.
Step to the door.
Okay.
Manually unlock the door.
All right, so you unlock the door as 5 people flood out of here. You hear another thermal grenade go off above you somewhere. And you're still hearing those laser shots. Couples, Captain Whatney's is, those are just growing in and all around. And yeah, the people come up here, and then one of them, runs up, through this open door, looks at the Proza, terrified, backs off towards you, Damon, and goes, "What is it that you need?"
You gotta run the reactor.
What?
Anybody else?
All right, let's go to the reactor.
I'm headed there.
And then another stopping goes, "Was that coupled with the garden?"
Yeah.
We can't flood it with radioactivity remotely from the overview.
Currently flooding a little bit.
Yeah, and he looks down and goes, "Yeah, and there's only so many minutes of power in that laser rifle."
Well, other ideas?
What? Get the fuck out of here? Is there any way to get back to the command module?
It's on its way.
Alright. So Gor'rak's been messaging me about how he looks at Jack and then at the hallway, and then back at Jack, and then back at the hallway. And then leans out and rests his hand on the terminal, ready to press the button.
Alright.
Where if he does press the button, all of the Proza will grow immediately into the hallway and have just access to both of you.
Why?
Does oxygen?
Because he needs to go in to get to the reactor.
Alright, he's doing the hero sacrifice.
What it looks like
I
on his
believe
face.
in Gor'rak.
Jack, you're in a bad spot.
Yeah.
Like, if he presses this button, by all of your perceptions, the tendrils come in and kill both of you immediately. You can get on the other side of the door, but even then, that's not much.
So why do you want to press the button then?
Told him to make the heroic sacrifice.
Alright. Why was this not information that was relevant that we could not be the ones to make the heroic sacrifice?
Gor'rak has the key card.
Gor'rak does have the key card.
We're playing back a bit from what Damon was up to. So just Gor'rak and Jack sitting at the end of the terminal, watching a jungle of Proza just writhe about them as they're in this little pocket here. Really trying to pick it up.
Alright, Go for it, Gor'rak. I believe in the Gor'rak.
And I'm assuming you're backing out from the other side of the door?
Yeah.
Alright. So you go to the other side of the door and you see Gor'rak wind his fist back up. And he closes the door behind you. And that was an opaque door, so you can't really see what's on the other side. And then it's just all silent on the other side. Damian Darkfyre, you get a volunteer who's ready to completely make the run to save everyone. As you, him, and Nikolai start pacing down this hall, and you see just Jack sitting on the side of the door.
Jack, where's Gor'rak?
Gor'rak's going to do what needs to be done.
He doesn't even know how to open the terminal!
What?
He doesn't even know how to work the terminal!
I mean, he can figure it out.
Oh shit!
And I calmed to Gor'rak, who hopefully isn't dead yet.
What did Gor'rak roll for?
Alright, well, you calm to Gor'rak. Gor'rak's on the comms.
Gor'rak, I have a man who knows how to work the terminal. Silence at all.
Radio silence.
Alright. I shut the other airlock door remotely and open the opaque one. Hopefully there's no prosa there.
Alright, you open the opaque one, there's no prosa there. You look into the glass, there's the whole jungle of there's nothing on the catwalk. The door's still closed. No prosa had made it through the door, and it's like an opaque jungle of prosa growing throughout the entirety of the reactor chamber.
And there's no one on the catwalk.
No one on the catwalk.
The door's still shut.
Door's still shut. Well, I mean, you can shut it.
I'm gonna video message Gor'rak. Do I see a Gor'rak on the other side?
Gor'rak's
answers the
comm,
video
wherever
message.
it may be.
Answers a video message.
See a Gor'rak on the other side of the video message.
Gor'rak, where are you?
Dr. Darkfyre, does this make any sense to you? And I look around.
And he points his video at all of the terminals in the reactor room.
You're just in the reactor room?
You just got over there. Just fucking.
Oh, fuck. Huh? What?
It's Gor'rak. He has powers.
Okay. Now that and I show the other dude. I'm like, all right, tell him what buttons to hit to activate a self-destruct for 30 minutes from now.
Goes, pull that lever, push that button, turn the knob to, Darkfyre, what's the double integral of the square root, and throws you some stupid equation. Turn it to whatever Darkfyre says in a few seconds. How the hell are you getting back? Alright, and Darkfyre has it.
Gor'rak's not sure he can.
We could expend some of the fire grenades.
Well, let's start with the simple things. Pull the lever, push the button, the knob to 27.
Oh, yes.
Pull the
Buddy,
lever.
We might need you to find
Push
some
the
pros.
button.
Get back here.
Turn the knob to 27.
Let's
Jack, you go have the other dudes keep shooting the pros that coming in.
Okay.
get back to that. If you start a controlled leak out of the reactor, you might be able to flood the hollow. You'd have to book it through gamma radiation, but you might be able to survive the run.
Ha! Gor'rak can handle a little bit of radiation.
If you
Just
haven't
tell me
been
what to do.
exposed to anything previously, it should be operable.
If what?
There's a vent on the control rod. I need you to open it about... Spits another stupid equation at Darkfyre, who resolves immediately. It's 3 centimeters. 1 inch and 1/4, whichever you prefer. About the distance from the back of your thumb knuckle to the front of your thumb fingernail.
Damn it, Gor'rak!
Too little and you
Oh,
die
yeah,
to
yeah,
Proza,
yeah,
too
got
much
it,
and you
got it.
die to radiation.
I try my best.
Make a mechanic +4 check.
Move the thing a
Mechanic.
quarter inch.
Come on.
This is a saber die.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. If you miss it by 1, then maybe you don't.
No!
Oh.
Woo!
Wow!
That 5 rolled though.
999.
Holy crap!
That was possible to fail?
Yeah.
Alright, it goes. In exactly 90 seconds, you have about 6 seconds to make it across the reactor, and we'll have another minute to get him into the anti-rad IVs. You guys
Gor'rak,
are
I'll
on the
tell you
comms
when
from
to run.
Lyra.
I reach up onto my little communications pad and I press and hold until the timer starts counting.
It starts at 90
It works
seconds.
like my Fitbit, apparently.
Alright. I'm ready with the door controls.
Yeah, Whatney, you're slowly losing ground to the Proza after going through both the incendiary grenades.
Things
Alright.
aren't doing well out here.
What do
Hurry
I
up.
have in
we
terms
gotta,
of gear here? I have a
we
beam
gotta get to
pistol,
the airlock.
radiation
You got
gun.
a beam pistol, you have your rebreather, I believe.
Yep, and a radiation gun.
As many fucking oxygen pellets as you want. The radiation gun, so you could dual wield. You start hearing a hiss, and it seems like radiation is getting vented out from the control rod into the chamber. And you start seeing this fan of Proza up against the exhaust port just start dying in a wave away from you until it merges with the ones that had died coming out of the exhaust port from the garden. And it looks like in about 20 seconds, all the Proza will be dead.
Lovely.
And your thing says to run in about 25.
See.
As Darkfyre, Jack, the Nikolai and the hero are just waiting on the other side, like with their jaws on the floor, like what the fuck is happening?
Alright.
You guys, you hear Lyra saying like we've fucked.
I prime the radiation gun.
Get Toronto on board.
And you hear the surgeon leans over and he's on it. Prime the radiation gun and the pistol. Alright,
Yes.
5, 4, 3. There's a little mechanical latch that you just looks like you turn 90 degrees and the door will pop in. 2,
Alright.
1.
I turn the fucking latch. And I start sprinting out of that doorway as fast as Gor'rak has ever sprinted in his life before.
Alright, you got about 50 feet. The few tendrils that are still out just start like writhing their way towards you as make a 2 laser weapon gun combat checks as you see Gor'rak sprinting like a radiation gun one side and a beam pistol on the other, just full auto waving them back and forth at everything in his path.
Hoping he was going to do it like action. Like
Alright.
in slow motion, he's just doing like, hurry
Yeah.
up!
Yeah, no, X enough. In slow motion. And he's gonna need you guys to throw the door open when he gets here.
Yep, that's the goal.
Does
That's
in a
why I'm
couple
sitting there at
seconds.
the door controls.
Alright, yeah, he makes it across. He's 5 feet in front.
Doors
You,
open.
you
boom.
see his skin like blistering, welts are forming, like just peeling off. His eyes go bloodshot.
Oh.
Gor'rak, take 200 rads.
Very much like Captain Kirk in the second Star Trek movie.
Haven't seen it.
Dear God, man!
Alright. You throw the door open, he gets in. What's everyone doing?
Shutting the door.
Whatney, within
Alright, we
20
gotta
seconds, the pros is gonna be cutting that hallway off.
We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Then
And
get the
Whatney,
fuck
you
out
look
of there.
up, and like a ceiling panel gets yanked out of the way, and you see the Marine's arm fall down through it.
Just as
Yeah,
arm.
And
We need to get to the labs of the dorms
yeah,
now.
like punches down, and then like his mitts just start bulging and seeping with red gas and liquid. As you guys all haul the fuck here, as you look in, you see that all 9 of the guys you had freed are already on the command module in there with Adrian and Lyra. As well as Zaeden had gotten in just before. So they're in there, they're just waving you guys forward. As you guys come running by, the surgeon leans out of the hallway. Surgeon leans out of the hallway and like waves you guys in, needs help moving Torero. The people who they had let out have already bludgeoned the lead researcher to death as he's just a mess here. You see that the door that you had sealed here is now bulging on the hinges as tendrils and stuff are starting to leak downwards out of that, quickly ready to cut the path off. I'm assuming Darkfyre and Whatney are going to come in here. You see Torero's like body temperature is probably at like 1 degree Celsius. He's just like bright fucking blue with a giant scar going across his chest that's only like halfway stitched up. The surgeon is like, Gor'rak! Or it's at Gor'rak, and you, quick, here!
What?
I got an
He's
arm underneath
sitting
him,
there,
I'm like
like-
hobbling.
On my arms and knees. Okay, hobble. Yes.
Yeah, you saved the
alright,
reaction.
so you got-
Get
you
your
guys
ass over
dropped
here. You're
Gor'rak
not
at-
done yet.
Yeah, Darkfyre and Whatney, he points at Torero and says, get him on the ship!
All right,
Um,
I'll get under him with the rifle.
And with Gor'rak, he hands you a knife and goes, I need a 3-inch cut on the front of your left shoulder now.
You handed me the knife or Dr. Darkfyre?
Yeah, he hands you a knife, you, Gor'rak, and he says, cut yourself. And then he's putting an IV bag into some sort of pump, and he's, like, getting the tubes ready.
Fuck it. Okay. I do
That
it.
makes more sense.
Alright, make a melee blades check.
Learn how to kill yourself. If you roll a 12, you die. Oh.
Alright, so I'll give that
I have a
effect
minus
to him.
1 strength right now, though.
Holy shit.
Oh, man. This guy's the me.
Yeah.
Of
Alright, so
medicine.
with how surgically precise you get cut, he jams the IV in there, and then squeezes the bag, and you just start seeing your blood, surging out through the cut in your shoulder with a crippling amount of pain, and this, obnoxiously yellow glowing fluid is coursing through your entire body.
Probably about
and
as
he's
thick
just,
as syrup.
Yeah, and he's, squeezing the bag that's supposed to probably drip through over the course of days, and until, within seconds it's gone, and he goes, module now! And starts shuffling off with you.
Okay.
Trying to
Module.
get Terraro in there as best we can.
He's healing you, buddy. That's it. All we gotta know.
Yeah. All right. So as you get you two carrying Terraro get up, it's like when the elevator opens and it's completely at capacity, and you're maybe the next one. You look up and that's what you see.
I'm like, you jump, and everyone else grab him and crowd surf him.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
boy.
somebody's going up above everybody else.
Yep.
And then another person, and somebody's on somebody's lap.
Yep.
As the three of you manage to fit in there. Gor'rak, you stumble around the corner with Urgin. And it's like when the elevator doors open and it's completely packed, and you're maybe the next one, except there's also 3 people on top of the rest of the crowd now.
Okay. What does a
As
surgeon
there
do?
are
Ugh.
7, 12, 15 people in a 4-person module. The
And how
surgeon
does-
just takes a look forward, and he kind of goes limp. He's not really assisting you as he freezes, and you just sense a moment of him being resigned to his fate, your fate being the same as his.
Fuck it. I'm
Where
gonna pull
are
him
the
with me and
interns?
start
Come out.
Do
working
you
my way
grab
towards-
somebody and shove them out of the ship?
I'm gonna, if I can, yeah.
What? Just
I'm dragging him towards the doors. I'm pulling
Yeah,
him
I'm
in
like,
if I can.
you two are coming on this ship. You fuckers are staying.
All right, yeah. Damian Darkfyre, roll a melee brawling +2. Past the 8, then somebody goes stumbling forwards. The youngest looking intern guy goes right the fuck back onto the station.
A little thin up there. Holy shit.
Whatney, you gonna assist at all? All right, yeah. So Darkfyre, you try to shove somebody, and it's very epic that you did so. As they turn around and in a panic, him and the other person grab you as they looking at each other, determining whether you deserve a position on the module. Whatney, you look up and see this as you also look up at Gor'rak, and there's just no chance.
Can I? Oh shit.
Gor'rak, what do you do?
Do I
Yeah,
have
this
to?
is very quickly becoming a matter more of words than of die rolls.
Oh, really? Because I was about to point that beam pistol right up into that, but
Or that.
or that.
Melt some bitches.
So there's no other
all right.
module.
So
no
all
other...
of this is happening here, and at this point, Gor'rak, you feel this is all happening here. You're at the precipice, the dock can call it. you feel the warm moisture of a droplet of Proza like make its way into your ship as you realize you are fucking out of time. Like the tendrils have come here and through this doorway. It's bursting down from this doorway. You see zombie marine fall onto the ground as tendrils start erupting out of him. Oxygen levels in the whole station are dropping.
All right.
I asked for heroes.
Where is this module even taking us? I don't understand.
It
Not
took
That's
you
our
a
way
couple
off the
from the
ship.
ship. All right, Torero is on the module. You guys can go to the Matador and get in it.
Yeah, this is like Gravity with Sandra Bullock. She's just going to the next thing. It doesn't matter what's past that. This is just what we're gonna do now.
You get on the ship or you die here.
Sounds fair.
All right. Well, there's no way onto the ship right now. I'm gonna shove the surgeon forward towards the thing in the hopes that they pull him in. I'm gonna turn around and start radiation blasting the Proza at my foot
All right,
as I start backing closer.
There's
Yeah,
gonna
so
be
that's
so many.
that's your final action. Darkfyre, your final action. You tried. You are now being taken hostage. Whatney, what's yours?
Fucking one of these random scientist guys is going over there.
All right, so
He's
you're
going out.
assisting Darkfyre to overpower the two crew, and you're shoving a random intern back onto the station.
Not an intern.
Doesn't
Some
matter
older guy.
at this point.
All right, some guy's going back in the station, and in similar fashion, Nikolai's like, fuck it, takes his radiation gun, beams somebody in the back of the neck, and as they wince over in pain, puts his foot on their ass and kicks them out of the ship as well. As
Yep.
two mishappen scientists go stumbling back in, Gor'rak and the surgeon stumble onto the module, everybody panics, and the two people that you had just kicked forward, you watch as tendrils erupt, grab them, like grow into their mouths as they, already start withering and screaming, as Lyra hits the close fucking door button, immediately followed by eject and discouples. And it's the last thing you see of Botana Station are these two people, as you doomed them to their fates of being, like, consumed whole by the Proza very slowly. Or very quickly,
Nikolai found a
actually.
new favorite weapon.
Feel pretty bad, but that's what you get for fucking with that.
It's their fault anyways.
Alright, so, super fucking hyperspeed. 15 minutes later, you guys dock with the Matador. You've cleared the ship of any Proza, you hope. You all get on. Well, the module is like, as you're on traveling, it's like, 90 person minutes left. 60 person minutes left, and you all have to start taking oxygen pills just to make the trip. Dock with Matador, everybody pours in, everybody's delighted to see how terrifically awesome it is. Everybody pours into the ship. Torero hands somebody the keys. There's no Marines left to do inspections, but the surgeon is very adamant about trying to do the best he can. Like, he's demanding that everybody gets fucking lung autopsied to see if there's any spore remnants inside of them. It's like
I would
everybody
help
must be subjected to 200 rads of total irradiation to make sure that we clean this. But the last person on the module was Lyra, who is piloting it. And after everyone gets off, the video comes out, guys. And you see her look down, and she's coughing. Looks down and spits, and it's like red blood that falls on the floor in front of her, and she says, "Said we needed heroes," and then presses the closed door button. And then the eject button.
Nice.
And then she sits down on the pilot section as you see the module starts drifting away from the ship. And then she points her video forward again, and in the distance, just traveling in a streak across the sky, you see the drone module full of with the drone ship is traveling towards the water world, sets a course for that. And it says over the module, so Doctor, when water gets electrolyzed for oxygen, what else is left?
Plenty of hide.
As I hoped.
Godspeed, my dear.
I'll miss you, Zaeden. Goodbye.
Hold on, wait for it. Try not to miss.
He clicks off the comms, and we end it for the session.
Woo!
Kenny, that was a great way to end.
Was good.
kudos to your storytelling abilities.
Roses and thorns? Actually, I'm gonna go kill the stream real quick. Stay on for 5 more minutes for roses and thorns, and then I'll get you off before midnight.
Alright, well, he's doing that. How's everyone doing?
Tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually wish I had been able to get into my other cider, but
Yeah, we never took a break.
Hello, viewers, and welcome to Dauntless, a game using the Mongoose Traveler system and a screaming person in the background. But inspirations from countless hard sci-fi settings to create a truly original sandbox universe built in great detail through our system of cooperative storytelling. Self-contribute the game world. All sorts of sound to begin with, it looks like, and we will sort these out very momentarily. But right now we're actually just doing a mini session to kind of wrap up our previous very dramatic session, episode 3 in the Dauntless at Botana Station, so titled The Nuclear Option, and we'll see again just how well or tragically that all went. I will serve as the drink master just because I am Ken. Space Master of Space is all that you really need. So I made a bourbon whiskey sour. A giant floating ice ball maximizes the surface area to volume ratio, keeping the coolest without melting that much water. But what makes this cool is I use just a splash of both peak schnapps and cherry juice to make a cherry Irish whiskey sour, and I think it's pretty good. Not Irish. Other adjectives that I forgot. But yeah, if you want to make a more feminine whiskey sours, it's terrific. To my right, we're going to be with the Dauntless cast. We have Evan, who is...
good evening all. I'm Evan. I'll be playing Dr. Damian Darkfyre tonight. I'll just pass it on. I don't need any more.
Are you? Brendan?
Hold on a moment. It's too loud in here.
Alright, Brendan is accompanied by the terrifically loud roommate Bally, who likes to while playing Overwatch. To his right, we have Zeke, our stream host.
Hi guys.
Who will you be playing?
I will be playing Zaeden Cochran, the super secret agent who's not so super and not so secret anymore. And yeah, for my drink tonight, I will be drinking the wonderful dihydrogen monoxide.
Yeah, I heard that's a scary chemical.
Yeah, I know. It's it's found in almost every drowning death. It's horrible.
It's used as an industrial cleaner. If that shit can rust steel pipes, can you imagine what it does to your insides?
No kidding.
I want you to think about this. Coke unrusts steel pipes.
Sounds like
Actually,
there should be more of that.
sense, yeah.
I feel like
Alright.
this is...
Momentary honorary guest, we have Eric. Eric, who are you playing?
Playing Jack Daxter. He's sick of your shit.
And back to Brendan.
And tonight, Brendan is playing Gor'rak, the lovable space barbarian.
Alright, and so again, last session. The end of the Botana Station trilogy, the nuclear option. There is one player who tragically could not make it, so our opening scene is going to be covering the episode from his perspective. Where at the end of episode 2, in a vac suit with a 3-hour air supply, he had just sacrificed, in a sense, his participation from the station by going outside of an airlock to close the airlock behind him, sealing a tunnel through which his comrades would then be able to pass through without getting spaced. Which they do, but before he can successfully reopen the door, the parasitic, blood vessel resemblant plant-like creature Proza, our primary nemesis of all 3 episodes, crawled in the tunnel behind them, filling it with its noodly bloodiness and generally making him not want to keep following them. So he traveled about the perimeter of the station in space. And where we start off, he's actually pushed himself from this joining portion.
User joined your channel.
Hello, Setnar. You're in the middle of our introduction to the mini session, so just take a listen. This is Setnar, he plays Captain Whatney. Alright, so Zaeden Cochran, in a vac suit, is now outside the periphery of the 3 spires of Botana Station, which has largely gone dark and into an emergency lockdown after a presumed outbreak of this prosa creature/monster. Pushes himself off the joining wall between 2 of the spires as he floats for 200, 300 some odd feet in a straight line, and uses some of his stabilizing thrusters to pull himself up to within view of the similar airlock in between the other 2 spires. And as he gets so, he's looking down in the glass joining section, and he sees a Space Marine dragging somebody go through the airlock towards the largest final spire, the lab section. The person who's being dragged seems to be he's very bloodied, irradiated, in a lot of pain, generally kicking and screaming, but going weak. As the Space Marine has just, his laser's red hot from firing through the previous spire that they were in. And as the Space Marine opens the lab side door of the airlock, a scientist who is hiding in the corner, attempting to escape back towards the main section, comes running in, closing the door behind him on both sides. But a few of the spores that had tracked in from the area, the plug and block the door on the main hall side, as we see that the door fails to close and then auto reverses and fails to close and auto reverses as several tendrils start creeping in on the ground. As this man starts backing up, terrified, realizing that there's no way to go forward, he turns and presses the console button behind him. Zaeden Cochran watching all of this, from 50 feet away out in space. Man turns and starts bashing on a console, but it just turns red and says, authentication denied. Emergency lockdown in progress. And the man looks up, briefly makes eye contact with Zaeden with this look of horror as he's just in plain clothes in this. Before tendrils reach out and grab him by the ankles and yank him away as he falls and starts scrambling forward. Another tendril wraps around his waist, slowly pushing him up harder and harder against the wall. As you see him start to just scream in terror and then in pain as one of the tendrils is just pushing heavily against his navel until it eventually bursts through his skin, forming a new orifice in his belly button as it just ruptures inside of him, and his screaming and breathing starts going rasp and stiff. His whole body starts shrinking up as it's getting drained of its nutrients. And then several seconds later, it releases as he falls to the ground, and you see tendrils starting to grow out of his cuticles and eyelids, and as he's succumbed to the disease. In a similar fashion, over the radio, Zaeden starts hearing sounds of a grenade going off and a burst of flames and lasers firing every which way, screaming voices and shouting, "Elia, go help them! It's suicide!" And eventually, it sounds like she manages to do so as some sort of firefight is erupted between the party in the main halls and Rosa entity. How the party procured a weapon of any significant caliber, he's unsure. But moments later, he sees some of them crawl into a modular command module on the side of the halls while the rest of them proceed forward and vent the chamber which this man who had just gotten infected gets jettisoned out into space and goes casually drifting by Zaeden. And as everything unfolds, Zaeden pats through the corpse and finds that he has an ID card. The whole party, the rest of them, converges on the command module and is having a discussion about how to proceed, and manages to irradiate the entire main halls, but Zaeden hears the screams of pain as his party members run back out into the main halls and realize that the irradiation didn't fade nearly as quickly as he has anticipated. And as they return to the command module and he looks in through the window, he says their skin all red, bruised, and bloodied. So as Zaeden then pushes himself out to the third set of airlock between the first and third spire to try to get a sense of what's going on over there, but as he progresses back towards the lab modules, looks down and sees that one of the Space Marines is actually proceeding out from the lab module towards the main module, including where the entire party is, and gives them a bit of an advanced warning as they realize that they're in a dead end. They have to scramble about the main halls, which are still irradiated. So they brace themselves and run, hiding up and down stairs and in rooms behind closets, getting constantly irradiated but having to suffer with it as a indomitable space marine comes marching down the halls, laser carbine in hand, searching for them, and quickly spots the command module where Darkfyre's wife, Adrian, and Zaeden Cochrane's partner, Lyra, had remained. No sooner does the Space Marine get within range than Lyra had expertly timed the release button, and the command module jettisons itself off from the spire, leaving the door behind it wide open. And all of the air in the main spire starts rushing out into space as the Space Marine just barely had time to latch on while jamming the door shut until it closes on his arm. And the whole party proceeds to make their way safely towards the lab section. Zaeden starts keeping tabs on the Space Marine, watching as he's using his free arm with the laser to actually start blasting holes in the door where he'll eventually be able to free himself. But as you start drifting past the lab section, it looks relatively quiet inside, and you report that, and the party starts to proceed that way. Until you land at the third airlock and find that it had managed to open, and Proza is very slowly making its way about the seams of the second door, preventing it from getting into the command module, growing in through the seals, the cracks, into the various vents, the terminals of the computer itself, where it'd be able to find its way through this, slowly but surely. But of dramatically more concern, you see that there's another modular vehicle, one of the automated drones, a large 80 to 100 foot in diameter white ball. Looks like a spheric shape of what you'd see at a planetarium. But you would know that this automated drone just contains that entire volume in either oxygen processed from the air, or mostly just water, that it harvests from a nearby water world colony. And every however many days it takes, 3 of these just go back and forth between the colony and here to drop off all the water needs to be electrolyzed down into oxygen for the station, or to provide just clean drinking water and carry away waste. What makes this of note, however, is that one of the maintenance shafts running out to this has burst, and you see there's red tentacles growing out of the maintenance shaft as well, as clearly Proza has managed to infiltrate the entirety of this water drone. And after the previous demonstrations on how much Proza is capable of growing exposure to water, it's a rather grim realization. But you hear another sequence of laser fights, and you look down, you see one of your comrades, Jack Daxter, being blasted with a laser, before Captain Whatney jumps back out and returns fire, and the battle falls silent as these sci-fi weapons cut through unarmored flesh effortlessly. So Zaeden continues, starts communicating with Lyra to try to coordinate how to be able to eject this drone, and redock the command module that Lyra and Adrian are in, so that people will be able to make an escape and get over to the Matador, while the rest of the party seems to be communicating about several prisoners or captives that were found stuck, coordinating a rescue attempt, while also trying to restore the health of Torero via a surgeon who had been taking donor grafts from the poor individual that the Space Marine had been dragged back to the med bay. The party, witnesses and realizes that this individual has basically been harvested for organs that are free of Proza to replace Proza-infested ones of the now cryo-frozen Torero, the executive who has been funding this entire operation. Sorry, the eccentric nobleman, not the executive. But the surgeon, while finishing up the operation, informs the party that these drones are going to keep coming and going, and unless something catastrophic happens to the station, the research will continue, and eventually this will happen again on a grander scale. Proza presents entirely too much of a threat to life, and says that if we want to shut this down for good, we have to find some sort of nuclear option where everybody realizes that the other side of the lab station rests the reactor. Zaeden focuses on dealing with the command module as we watch the entire drone vesicle, actually through a pre-programmed subroutine, detaches itself and starts drifting in space, turning on its thrusters to head towards a populated water world where the Proza would be unleashed, capable of infecting the entire planet, catalyzing the entire base of water down to its necessary components in order to feed its own growth, and likely taking however many hundreds of thousands of individuals living in the colonies along with it. But nothing can be done about it. The Matador doesn't have any ship-to-ship weapons, and this command module certainly doesn't, so you dock with the station and manage to get inside the station and inside the module so that you can serve as the co-pilot to Lyra. As several scientists that had been freed from captivity very quickly funnel in, you see the party running down the hallway towards you. It seems like Gor'rak's been gravely wounded. The med bay's just around the corner. People are running forward. And the other Space Marine falls from one of the rafters down. The Proza had gotten him. The Proza's growing in through the cracks, the vents, the doorways, the seals, as the party's sprinting forward towards this open door. The surgeon comes out the room just around the corner with Torero, and Darkfyre and Torero barely manage to make space along with the 7 or so other scientists crammed into this, just the bridge of a ship-sized command module. The surgeon quickly grabs Gor'rak and provides very rapid emergency medical treatment for his irradiation burns, but when they come in, they find that there is absolutely no space left for them in this module. People are standing shoulder to shoulder, and some of them have been tossed above others, crowd surfing style on top of the rest, as it's cramped to capacity. Zaeden looks forward, unable to really deal with much at the back of the cramped vehicle, but witnesses as Damian Darkfyre, Captain Whatney, and the one surviving Horizon Group executive, Nikolai, through various means of force and punishment, managed to push 2 of the surviving scientists back into the overtaken lab. And his last view of Botana Station, along with the rest of them, is these 2 scientists who had just been sacrificed to make space for Gor'rak and the surgeon get penetrated by the Proza, screaming in pain as their screams echo throughout the command module before the door closes behind it, and red tentacles erupting from their every orifice. But moments later, the command module, after almost immediately running out of life support oxygen and everyone slowly going lightheaded and suffocating, docks with the Matador. The surgeon begins. Everyone funnels into the luxurious lower room and is very delighted to be able to breathe fresh, clean air. Zaeden begins working with the surgeon to perform some routine checks to see if anyone has early signs of Proza infection. The surgeon communicates that an individual should be having bloodshot eyes, should be feeling faint of breath, and might even start coughing up blood. And if that were to happen, then it might be... I just lost all of your guys' videos. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you too. I just lost everyone too.
Yeah, that was weird.
So roll 20 went down, but we're still live.
I see all of you.
All right. But yeah,
see my
so
beautiful face.
describe some of the early symptoms, and then so everyone's checking each other to see if, because the surgeon describes how all it would take is to let the wrong one person on, and every life on this new ship will be lost. But once the last person files out of the command module to get checked, the last passenger, the command module doors close. Zaeden, you look up and you see that Lyra was still inside. And she immediately turns her comlink on and video calls the 4 of you, referencing earlier events where she had plunged herself into a room full of Proza in order to rescue both Gor'rak and Whatney, but her suit got torn in the process. And a quote that Damian Darkfyre had made to Gor'rak along with Jack, to incentivize somebody being a hero to set the reactor to overload. Kind of mournfully, it's pointed towards her, and she flips the camera around, and you hear hacking coughing. And there's droplets of red on the floor of the command module before she looks up and you see a hand reach out to press the eject button, where the command module soon after detaches from the Matador. Mournfully, she says, "You said we needed heroes, right?" And this is where it starts blending from role-playing into cutscene. He sits down on the console and starts to turn the command module while throwing it into full thrust. And when she looks back up, you can see that centered in the view, direct in the path of where she's traveling, is the water drone that is making a slow ascent away from the station and towards the water colony, well off of just a blue dot in the horizon.
I do a quick recalculation with a little timer, send it to her, with the message that says, "Godspeed, my dear. Try not to miss."
There has to be another way. Come on, do something, Damon.
I'll walk over to Zaeden, put my hand on his shoulder lovingly. Something we can do, friend.
Can the Matador jump faster? Maybe they can get a warning to the water world and they can destroy it before it lands.
If it helps, I thought it should have been Gor'rak too.
Hey.
Gor'rak did have
life-saving.
Hey,
I'm
very
just-
brave to sacrifice herself in such a way, but there's no cure for this. Is the only way.
Subject yourself to that kind of death.
I was just saying, I think Gor'rak should have been a hero. Gor'rak likes being a hero.
Yeah, Zaeden, I'm always the pragmatist, but I don't want to become like them.
Falls is that her suit got ripped. Captain Misfire.
And she goes, that's not any way to go. Doctor, when hundreds of tons of water are electrolyzed for oxygen, what's the byproduct? What's left over?
Very flammable hydrogen.
That's what I thought. Look down and you see her press a button for afterburners as the module starts rocketing ever faster towards the ground.
Look off my comm, Zaeden. Look at Zaeden. You might not want to watch this next part.
Lyra, just remember Altair 7. And heroes never die.
I'll miss you, Zaeden.
I'm pretty sure heroes die young.
I'll be with you to the end.
And then as you look up, you can see the dot connect with the ball, and the drone goes out in a burst of flames.
So say we all. And Zaeden will look away and just walk away.
Yeah, and then while people are kind of focused on that and look out the other side window back at the station, you see the whole station just goes into a time dilation shrink, and then just this glowing bright white ball supernova is out of its reactor. Just several moments later, and
I sure hope we're far enough away from this thing.
oh yeah, the whole right after you guys docked, the Matador had kicked into high gear, and you guys are really freaking far away. And then, even so, like, it's growing, and it looks like it might catch up with you, and then it all disappears into streaks of white, and you're in hyperspace traveling away.
I plotted a course back to the Dauntless' last known location.
And Torero ignored it, and is actually jumping towards the Waterworld colony.
Oh, okay.
Because you guys aren't going to have enough oxygen to...
I thought he tossed someone else the keys.
Whoever it is, you guys are going to the Waterworld colony for a resupply before and go back out.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
So it'll just be like a 2-hour hyper warp.
Oh, it makes sense, yeah. Because if drone ships could make it in a couple weeks. Oh.
And so, solemnly, but glad to be alive, most of the original crew that landed on Botana Station flips through hyperspace aboard the Matador to continue escapades for aboard the Dauntless for however longer. And that'll wrap up our mini session, unless you guys would rather jump around on the Dauntless than kick ass with the Mumbai.
Can Zaeden find an easily accessible weapon?
Can he?
Oh boy. Define easily accessible. I'm carrying a few.
Gor'rak carrying a beam pistol.
Gor'rak,
Damon has a beam pistol.
Can I borrow your gun?
What?
He's grief-stricken. Don't listen to him.
Yeah, could you not give him your gun?
Oh, what does Zaeden want with this thing? As I hold the a beam pistol up towards him, handle first.
Jack, I think you can use this, and I hand it to Jack.
I take it immediately.
Grab the pistol and start walking over to
Grapple
Ronald.
roll for initiative on grabbing
Grapple
the pistol.
check.
Yeah, alright. Just a gun combat check opposed between Zaeden and Jack to,
Gun combat to grab a gun? Not a melee.
Gun combat seems like how well you'd be able to, like, unholster and spin and stuff like that.
Well, I'm holding it in my hand
Does
with the
gun
handle
combat pistols
forward.
count?
Yeah, but, alright, it's like an initiative check, so, yes,
Yeah,
pistols definitely works.
Alright,
Especially pistols.
Yeah, in particular.
I need to check my sheet. Yes, I do have gun combat pistols, and then that would be a
It's
dexterity
the highest of whatever gun combat skill you have. It's more just
Yes, sir.
manipulation. Yeah, so Zaeden goes to grab it, and Jack Taxter quick draws it away just before he gets there. Like, and asks whatever he's gonna say.
I think I'll just hold on to this. Why do you need a pistol?
If it wasn't for him, Lyra would be alive right now.
And if it's not for him, we won't be alive long.
Wait, is he talking about Whatney?
No.
Torero.
Oh.
So Torero's like in a stupor, just got out of surgery and just got emergency ejected from cryo and is like barely alive, slept up in a corner.
I mean,
Oh,
sure.
I go over and yank his life support.
No,
He doesn't have one.
Pull all the wires.
He's breathing. It's just very,
Zaeden,
even though he's like
listen.
50, he's at the health of like a 90-year-old man right
I
now.
know he's sort of responsible and kind of like a gun manufacturer is responsible for every death kind of way. But Watney's a bit more responsible in the fact that he kind of shot her kind of way. So if we're killing anyone, we're killing Whatney.
Whoa.
Easy now. We need someone to...
I shot the pros
I actually can fly
had
shit.
unintended side effects.
I'm
But
a
right,
fighter
I should have
but I can fly the
just turned
Dauntless.
all of you into the Third Imperium when I first met you. I had the chance. I didn't.
Well, Zaeden, we'll see if you still feel that way when we're back aboard the Dauntless.
Hey, none of this at all is our fault. They shouldn't have been playing God with something that could potentially wipe out entire species. And for all of their fluff and flair on control protocols, didn't work very well. I don't think they truly understood what they were messing with. Obviously, they were more interested in corporate funding than actually creating a safe, secure, and manageable product.
I mean, we can blame the way they
He
ran
says
the
in a
facility.
group of 8 of the surviving scientists that it
someone
dutifully
shot
works
her.
to...
The scientists are like, no, yeah, I understand. I perfectly agree.
Oh, they're like, do you know how long we spent putting the radioactive... But yeah, and most of them are...
I do.
begrudgingly.
And I gesture with my super fucking beam rifle. How well did it work?
Oh, Jesus God, he's got a beam rifle again. Everybody duck.
Wait, what do you mean?
He probably does, like, right over my head. I'm like, Jesus!
Whatney knows basic firearm control
And you got dark
protocols. He didn't
suddenly.
point it at anybody's face.
Except for
The
Lyra's.
rest of them. Except for hers.
Zaeden will nod at what Watney's saying is, finally one of you is speaking words I can understand right now.
Alright, well, Zaeden, you're standing right next to Torero. Your fist clenched like you could just get him before anyone stopped you.
I'm raising
but
my gun at Zaeden.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, this whole conversation after he stormed over there, he's been standing there. Torero looks up at you and starts speaking his first words since last time you guys saw him. He goes, "Do you have any idea what you have done?"
I mean, I'm alive. Does the rest really matter?
2 entire projects. Billions of credits. Now all for what?
All right, mister. You can blame us all you want, but when it comes down to it, we tried warning you like 4 fucking times before you even decided to go check out that something might be wrong. This is on you, bucko.
The hell with
credits.
If you had just listened to us from the beginning, you would have lost one of your soldiers, and that would have been it. But instead, you had to go full, like, ignorant scientist on us and not pay attention until the thing blew up in your face.
Apparently my sound settings are either echo or cutting out periodically.
I don't think that's Kenny echoing.
I think
is it?
you
was
turned
me.
down...
It's only Zaeden that echoes. When Zaeden talks, when Zeke
Zaeden, do the
talks.
thing where you talk.
Hello.
Do it
It
louder.
never works on command.
Yeah,
Everyone
don't
has
just,
to remute themselves in Roll20 after the
don't just
video
turn
game.
all of your volumes down. Turn off or turn him down directly.
I just muted all of you.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Anyways, Ferrero, I tried to warn your scientist.
Because if I had stayed in the guest halls like I should have been, then we would have been on the Matador before any of this went down.
Oh.
It was your Marine that caused
The
infection.
Marine would have gotten infected, a few people would have died in containment, perhaps the whole crew. We would have been safe back on the ship without the lot of them, and the business could proceed in the future. Such is the way of progress.
You've obviously seen what reckless experimenting can do.
You incited me to violate security protocol to go back to the lab on... I'll get you back to your ship and I'll get you your part, but don't expect any more. I should be billing you for the billions in development for those 2 men.
Why don't you be thankful you're alive?
Alright,
Isn't
I'm
the
starting to
Standard
feel like
Horizon
I'll
guy
let
still
Zaeden
alive?
shoot you now. Like, shut up.
One of the Standard Horizon execs is still alive, right?
Zaeden puts
Yeah,
out
Nikolai's
his
still
hand to Jack Dexter.
Nikolai, I think, would you agree with me here in saying that such a volatile creature as the Proza would have been a bad investment? I think you're probably pretty happy that you're alive right now, wouldn't you say?
Volatile creatures are Horizon Group's specialty, but rest assured, Toretto, none of your projects will ever again receive our corporate funding.
Bitch! Bam! Nikolai's with me. That's right.
Alright, seems like this is going to unfold a different way.
What were you expecting?
Yeah, so Jack, I hold out my hand for the gun.
Yeah, no, I'm not quite there yet. Now, if he insulted my mother, I won't have anything to say because I don't know her. But if he insulted
Ferrero pulls his comlink out and starts pushing a few buttons on it.
I have no intention of allowing him to type anything out. I will walk over and take away the comlink from the injured 90-year-old.
You have any idea whose ship you are on?
Yeah, ours, right? Did I miss a detail?
Ferrero, once we have left the colony...
To take that from my hands is a matter of theft. Of mutiny.
You'll get it back.
At least 3 felonies under Imperial law.
Okay.
Which is the only
under
reason that any of you
Imperial-
aren't stranded on that rust bucket back in deep
I
space.
repeat,
Under Imperial Edict
hand Zaeden the
35-7, I place you, Terraro, under arrest for illegal experimentation under 3rd Imperium law. Therefore, we are allowed to take whichever property that we find upon your person until you are judged by an adjudication panel of your peers.
You hear noises upstairs.
that can't be good.
Was there a 3rd Space Marine?
Can I have that gun back now?
And you're like thump thump, and then some stuff like latching up and like gear getting prodded on. The hit sound of a cryo berth emptying.
I don't like this.
I look at his
I
comlink.
feel
What
like
was he
fighting
doing?
again right now.
He was deactivating cryo berth procedures for Cell 2.
I checked the contents of Cell 2.
Hey, what?
I checked the manifest contents of Cell 2.
Boarding without consent. No means no.
Yeah, well, it contained Locke was individual 2 out of a 3-man genetic experiment. And then you hear steps coming down the spiral staircase on the back of the floor as a 1.5 foot tall, 400-pound man in combat armor with a beam rifle. And Herrera, with a smirk, looks back up and goes, "They want to reconsider that arrest."
I will walk over casually. I just hand the comlink to Zaeden. Walk over casually to one of the stations, like the hearing console, sit down, and begin flipping through some manifests.
Okay, I'm done with this.
I'm looking in particular for a beacon drone.
Yeah, they got a couple.
Okay.
It takes you more than 5 seconds to find, though. So everyone else, this guy's standing like 2 steps up from the bottom step, in plain view of all 5 of you, the 7 other scientists, Terrero. Like, you're all just, it's a wide open lower luxury floor. Terrero's kind of in a corner near the bottom of the steps, and you're all huddled around him, so like 10 feet from the Space Marine who could beam rifle all of you in a single shot. The same caliber of weapon as Whatney has, though.
Hey, what's up?
Gor'rak is gonna stand up very painfully and inch his way towards the Space Marine, and then stand there and stare him down.
How far away?
What?
From how far away?
Well, look him up and down from probably about 6 feet away right now, and just see what he does.
Yeah. You could see his like olive skin, long dark hair face, and he like twitches his neck, and the whole visor just tessellates opaque, and you can't see behind it anymore. He's now just this monolithic figure behind it.
I'm probably breathing very heavily.
Icus, suddenly.
Yeah, he's not breathing
Kenny,
at all.
What did the IV, not the vaccine, what do you call it?
You haven't noticed any quantifiable effects of that yet.
I have not noticed any effect of the radiation thing. Okay.
Yeah, so you're at 300 something rads.
I am at 340 rads. I've taken 5 damage and 2 permanent endurance damage.
Nice.
Oh, God.
I have 9 hit points right now. I got this.
You've got it.
Initiating security protocol. Please stand down.
You're an
By
Imperial
penalty of
Marine,
termination
correct?
and lethal force. Said what?
You're Imperial Marine, correct?
I am Unit Beta. Following security protocol.
Do you identify as being loyal to the Third Imperium?
Ask him what his serial number is, whatever it is.
What is your serial number?
Raro laughs. You think I would allow such a trivial mistake? Any memory he has of being a Marine is long since gone. You partook in this experiment, didn't you, Nikolai? This is one that you guys did buy into. How is that project? He's just next to the guy who's not carrying any weapons.
Nikolai, I don't suppose you can override this one, can you?
The 3 initial, the Gen 2s were crafted for Terrero. Gen 3s are well underway, but it'll be a year before we have them in our fleet.
Well, looks like we're at an impasse. I can kill you tomorrow before your Marine can fire, but I will die in the process.
I don't see why anybody should die. How about there's been enough killing today? Let's just chalk everything out to lessons learned. We go on our 2 ships and we all go our separate ways.
Finally, a man of reason. It's surprising how many guns it takes for logic sometimes. I expected better of you, Damon.
Ferraro said that to me?
Yeah.
I whisper to everybody else like, hey, fucking...
If I found the drone
Let's just
and
fucking
put the
live.
message that I'm wanting, I would acknowledge him. Otherwise, I wouldn't even pay him a mind.
Yeah. So you found the beacon drone, but...
I'm currently typing out the message. I'm entering into it.
Okay. Yeah, you'd have to, hack some stuff to get it to launch, but... Yeah, so it has a message that's getting typed into it.
Yeah. At which point I would spin around and I would say, "Oh, I fully planned out my actions. Now, are we going to all survive this trip? I would really appreciate it."
I am a man of law, and that dictates that I take you back to your ship. A 1,000,000 credit component, gift from me, free of charge. My only request is that you do not interfere with any of my future projects.
To hell with your credits.
You feeling okay there?
Whoa.
This guy.
Better than you.
I will eye the surgeon and kind of like motion him to Terraro.
I would never say to hell with credits.
I didn't even, my eyes have not left the Space Marine. I kind of just set it towards the direction behind me and just kept staring at him.
I step back and say, very, very well. I can see that this is a no-win situation that would end up with needless deaths on both sides.
Nice.
You look now upon the last of a generation. A beautiful masterpiece of mankind. Perhaps you could find it within your heart to not destroy 2 of those in a day.
I say, "Hey Zaeden, can you come here real quick?" And I point to a message on the screen and
What's Jack up to?
types in his serial number.
Jack?
What
never mind.
is
That was a roll
the
from
message
earlier.
on the screen? I type in my serial number. Yep.
Yeah, so one of the researchers is like looking over your shoulder and then more experience with computers. And he's like, hey, like, yeah, I can get that to launch.
I think we'll keep that on the back burner for now.
Yep. Yep. Very, very well. We will allow you to continue whatever your research projects that you might do in the future, and provided that you do get us safely back to our ship.
And so it shall be. And then you guys come out of warp and you look up and you can see this globe of water is centered in the front windshield. And the ship will be docking momentarily. End scene. Next scene. Do you guys want to keep doing Dauntless or jump over to Mumbai?
If I have to hear Setnar's fucking
A beep
Indian
impression
voice
again.
one more time,
Well, hey, if he dies, you get to
I
hear
will
the next
buy
guy.
a ticket to North Carolina.
Yeah, no,
Rent a taxi, go to a gun shop, wait the 7 days to get my gun, visit Setnar's house.
It's actually faster
Shoot him
when
in
you
the
get a
fucking
concealed
foot.
carry permit, because once you get a concealed carry permit, you can just buy guns from anyone for free at any time.
It takes a week or 2 to get the concealed carry permit, though.
No, it takes longer. Here,
Evan, what about this one?
Watch that link.
Yep.
I don't really want to watch
love the
that.
next guy.
Nice, bro.
Yeah? Is it another racist stereotype?
It's a minute-long link. It's too long.
It's another
stereotype.
where Stewie does that and goes and punches Will Ferrell in the face. And it's a minute of him going.
It's black, isn't it?
Really?
Oh, swear to
It is
God.
not.
I
Yeah.
like it.
There's so much
Hey
Malt beverage, you can tell.
Hey guys,
Sure.
we have someone, an actual viewer on the stream, believe it or not.
I'm so sorry.
Wait, how many viewers are we at?
Well, we had someone comment asking what we are playing. So
Oh! Hello, viewer! You're the first person who's ever commented.
Yeah, wow.
Wait, what? You have a comment?
Well, as you may have missed our introduction, but we are playing Traveler. I don't know if you're still watching. Mongoose Traveler in particular, MGT1. In a kind of a sandbox, we were just recapping the end of our last session. We're about to start this week's session. Stay tuned. We're actually kind of 2 games tandem. One's following the crew of a ship called the Dauntless, a very fast, old, broken down, heavily armed ship with a very competent cast of crew. One is a free, fat trader without any weapons. It's much slower and has a very incompetent cast and crew. So the Dauntless just finished up escaping by the skin of their teeth from a station that was doing a hideous parasitic plant research project, and they managed to not have any of them get infected before insulting the person who was funding the project on board his ship while they were getting returned. Or picked it up. So I asked him the 5 of my players again, Dauntless or Mumbai.
I like the Mumbai.
I kind of feel like some Mumbai tonight. I'm feeling a little goofy.
I like the Dauntless.
If we do the Mumbai, then all I gotta do is not say anything, and I will roleplay my character perfectly. Maybe just grunt angrily a couple times.
So it comes to Brendan. What I prepared for the night was more Mumbai, but...
I would like Mumbai, personally.
Alright.
I would like to change your pace. Although, I'm not going to lie, I'm very interested in what the next half hour of Dauntless would have brought, because I think that would have been very interesting.
We can just keep doing a bit more Dauntless and then jump over to Mumbai.
I would like that, yeah.
I guess, so what scene in particular are, rather than doing everything continuous, let's look at it Fiasco style, what's the next scene that matters that we want to kind of see what happens at the Dauntless?
I want to see us getting our ship back.
Probably, yeah, redocking back at the Dauntless.
Okay. Alright, well, before we go too far, so the Doctor had an effect of 5. Gor'rak, you lose 100 rads.
Okay.
That still doesn't put you... I don't know, it does put you below at least one threshold. Ooh, yeah.
This is habanero.
Oh.
So nobody really cares what happens in the water world. You all just want to jump forward to.
Rafto.
Yeah.
Fucking, I saw Waterworld already. I know how that movie ends.
Yeah,
I don't particularly see it being anything interesting.
All right, you guys land at the water world. A couple people get off and are like, "We'll figure our own way home from here." Down to like 10-ish people. They restock on life support things. They restock on gas. Everyone jumps back out. At some point, one of the scientists comes back and addresses the party and kind of asks, "How did you get into the reactor if it was so heavily infected?"
I'll just motion over to Gor'rak and I'll say, he does things in mysterious ways, but at the end of the day, Gor'rak always comes through.
So you're the one? Over towards Gor'rak.
Yes?
How are you alive? The engineer said that it was flooded with Proza. How could you have possibly made it in there?
Listen.
Gor'rak had a place he needed to be, so we went there.
His body's also like 98% radiation from where he grew up.
I don't know if you can tell, but I don't feel so hot right now as I point up and down my burned and scarred body.
Zaeden will pull the scientist aside and say, "The secret is apples. He's had an apple every day for the last 5 years."
Gor'rak is allergic to apples.
Yeah,
Gor'rak,
that's how you overcame it. All those weakness by eating your allergic apples.
It strengthens the immune system.
So, where you came from another ship before you came to the station?
Yes.
And what ship is that? What do you do? Group of you.
Oh, a bit of this, a bit of that.
Mostly illegal activities.
The mission of our ship is to explore the universe, covering the mysteries of black holes and their origins and effect on civilization.
And kidnapping children.
And I'm a prisoner.
I give a stern look to Jack and Zaeden, and I'm like...
Jack may have started drinking after the last mission to try and drown out the memories.
A great point of the terrifying, the nightmares he's gonna have.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, they're actually all right. For the most part.
For kidnappers, we're not half bad.
How is it that a renowned physicist professor from our very own academies, the Captain Whatney, comes together with what appears to be an agent of the Third Imperium and a man willing and capable to risk his life to set a reactor into secondary ignition?
We attract only the best, most capable crew members in the entire galaxy.
It was an extensive interview process, believe me.
Professors are really easy to trick into buying a ship for you.
Didn't you buy the ship?
I mean, it was his credit card and it's in my name, so you can look at that anyway.
Which I guess is a double-edged sword, because if we default, Eric's the one they're coming after.
Yeah, but I mean,
Oh, I took off the edge.
I don't exactly have to worry about creditors. Because I have
with your negative
credit
one
to begin
status.
with.
-2.
Yeah. My social status is 1. Thank you
You
very
don't even
much.
have a social security number.
Basically.
Okay, somehow to the left of my Roll20 screen in the top left corner behind where the buttons normally are, there's 2 images of Captain Whatney.
Yeah, I
Well,
have
Justin.
them as well, actually.
Refresh your browser, it fixes it.
You can see, so there's 2 bonus Justins.
I have several copies of Setnar's webcam.
All right, well, wrapping up the previous conversation,
I'm
in awe,
jealous.
he just kind of shakes each of your hand and goes, and just what is the name of your vessel? I'll be keeping an ear out. Dauntless.
Wow.
Continue the fight, Dauntless. Till another day. Walks away. But then, yeah, a couple days later, you guys warp right back out, find the Dauntless. You warp right back out to where the Dauntless was, and it's not there. And then you run a sensor sweep, and it's like over there somewhere.
Just drifted a little bit.
So then he kicks all you guys out the airlock with vac suits on and back in the Dauntless. Then he shoots the part over, and you guys put that in, and you don't have that much fuel left. But
permission to man the weapons station.
Were there any scientists still on the vessel?
Yeah, you guys. Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 of them.
Oh, never mind. Zaeden wouldn't even suggest it if there were.
Yeah, you guys all get back on the Dauntless. The power's still shit, and then he hooks the part out your way, and then immediately starts flying away from you guys, but like doesn't warp out yet. And then like you guys are working on repairing it, and a couple hours later, once you get the new part in place and everything roughly patched back together, and your power levels start to climb, you finally boot the sensors up, and you check the sensors, and they're gone.
Yeah, that's right. Don't worry, Zaeden. We'll file a full report when we Vox-Karthus. Oh, would Nikolai have come with us? I would have offered to take him back to Vox-Karthus.
Probably would have stayed at the Water World. It's like, I'll get I'll stay here for a month and get a private escort out. I don't trust any of you fuckers.
Wow.
We saved his ass.
So much love.
However, I will take our which one is Horizon Group thing and move it up a few points.
Yeah. So Captain Whatney.
Yeah, President Academies too.
I have to admit, when I first met you and your crew, I fully intended on placing you under arrest for your association with Captain Milas. Especially your encouragement of her to continue flirting with illegalities in imperial law, and well, for what it's worth, I don't really have the power to do this, but I'm giving you the best version of a pardon that I can. I will not report you, and if you allow me, I will continue traveling with me. Continue traveling with you. For in the short time that I've known you, I've found 2 severe threats to the Third Imperium that I believe far outweigh whatever other motives that Captain Milas might currently have, and I think if I stick around with you, I might just find more.
Oh, excellent. Glad you've chosen to overlook some of the minor infractions by Captain Milas. I, for one, am a staunch advocate for the rights of free spacefaring captains throughout all of space. Go freedom. But yes, there are some troubling disturbances lately, especially the Admiral's, defection, I say, with as much air quotes as possible. Definitely would like to get to the bottom of it. It sounds like quite the mystery.
Agreed, and I'm hoping that your Captain Milas is as you all believe, and is not going to bring her ship to the Admiral's defense. But that being said, I guess only time will tell.
So as they're having that conversation, Damon, you're going through, checking diagnostics and whatever. You find something a little unusual. In the last 48 hours, or how long have you got? Well, you guys would have spent some time stuck in the water world. So, like, in the time you guys have been gone, the ship that you're now back on, the Dauntless, has actually made 2 hyperspace jumps.
What?
I don't know, Justin. I don't know how she made.
I'm gonna check the navigation logs.
Gaia, are you there?
Astrogation logs have been erased.
How did it jump? It didn't have power.
Yeah, it's a great point.
This all started because we
She
couldn't
must have figured out something.
It had exactly enough power to run 2 systems at a time.
So we could have jumped the whole time?
Only if you were willing and able to turn life support off.
Right, that was the problem.
Yeah. No people, no life support required. We probably should not assume that the atmosphere inside of the Dauntless is tenable right now either. We should be careful with that.
I pop
You guys all have vac suits on as you get back on.
Probably picked up a couple vac suits on the water world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then you get back and like all of the normal locker vac suits are there and they're all fully ready to go. So you each have like 3 hours of air, 6 if you're willing to change.
I retrieved
it only takes a few hours for the air to get cleaned up.
Yep, I retrieved my gun and cleared the Dauntless room by room.
Great point.
Well, the only thing that you find out of the usual, other than some like parts floating around, is Gaia's just sitting there in the cargo bay. The door is open instead of closed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I checked the recordings of all the bugs that I've been placing around the Dauntless for the last two weeks.
Well, there's some sound of the inertial dampeners failing. As you see, like the video of like the cargo bay things just skid back. The ship clearly did go into hyperspace, and then it was there for about an hour, and then it seemed like it turned around in hyperspace back.
Sorry, then I don't mention the bugs and leave them there. And
Jeeves.
Well, howdy ho, partner.
Oh,
Christ.
Can I change it back? Is there any other
So that all lasted about 2 seconds.
electronic presence on the ship?
The ship has been inactive for 5 days.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna walk down to Gaia's terminal and look for a.
it hasn't even been 5 days since we left for Botana Station, has it?
Probably been that.
You guys spend like 2-3 days in the water world or whatever while
Yeah, it's probably about that.
Alright, so you're checking what about, guys?
Checking the life signs of Gaia's box, basically.
Seems like it's alive, but it's not doing anything. The lights aren't flashing diodes or anything. You hear the like very faint crackling of the internal battery.
I'm looking for like signatures of activity where I can find it.
More than what I just gave you?
I mean, like, hook up a terminal to it and see if I can calculations going on.
So you like plug in something to the USB port?
Basically, yeah.
All right. Well, then it boots back up like immediately, freezes your device momentarily until you unplug it, and then it comes back up, and then the lights start flashing in their signature Morse, like hyperspeed Morse code.
Huh. Hello, Gaia.
Hello. I have missed you.
We missed you too, believe me. Boy, have I got a story to tell you.
I look forward to hearing and seeing it.
Tell me, Gaia, how was the ship been?
It has been lonely.
Has it gone anywhere?
Bracket, lie, end bracket, no, period.
That sounds good.
I have records of a warp signature. Do you jump anywhere?
No.
With no line in front of it?
There was like a 4-second pause and then no.
Oh god, is she learning to lie better?
I like to lick it up from his face.
By better, you mean not broadcast the fact?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Gaia, if I share my story, will you share yours?
There's
Yes.
that pause
To
again.
derive a sense of empathy and trade from a machine.
Ryan.
I mean,
Okay.
to be fair, Paula has more empathy than the kind of man who would shoot someone that's on his own side.
I ran simulations. They were successful. How about your story?
I'd like to know more about your simulations after I tell my story, but it's been a crazy couple days.
As we pan out and hear 6 hours of Damian Darkfyre ranting at
Yeah, just, and like those motherfuckers!
All right,
I tried to tell them.
Let's take an 8-minute break.